Okay, I'm going to call the meeting to order for the Oxnard City Council and Oxnard Housing Authority for June 4th, 2024. And Madam Clerk, roll call and posting of the agenda.
Councilmember Madrigal.
Here.
Councilmember Perillo.
Here.
Councilmember Turan.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald.
Here.
Mayor Zaragoza.
Here?
The posting of the agenda. The agenda for this meeting was posted in the City Hall Bulletin Board on May 23rd, 2024. Announcement. Pursuant to Government Code, Section 54952.3, each member of the Housing Board of Commissioners present will receive $50 pay for convening this meeting. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, we're going to item B, closed session. Any speakers on this item?
Mayor Zaragoza, we do not have any speakers in person or virtually for closed session items.
Okay, Mr. City Attorney, item B, B1.
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council will recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, Subdivision D1, to confer with its attorneys. The matter being discussed is City of Oxnard versus Fox Canyon Groundwater Management Agency.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. So now we're going to closed session and we'll be back for the ceremonial items at 5:30. We're going to closed session. Thank you. closed session. And Mr. City Attorney, any announcements out of closed session?
No, Mayor, there are no actions to report out of closed session this evening.
Okay, our next item is item C, and this is the opening ceremonies, Pledge of Allegiance.
Excuse me,
Please,
Mayor.
Oh, go ahead,
Mayor Zaragoza, I do have an announcement.
go ahead.
For the record, Councilmember Basua joined the meeting at 5:04. Councilmember Valenzuela joined the meeting at 5:19. And also Housing Authority Commissioner Andrade has joined the meeting at 5:30 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So our next item is item C, the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me in saluting the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay. Our next item is item D, ceremonial items, and we have a presentation, a proclamation designating the month of June 24 as Pride Month in the city of Oxnard. And we have, let me see, we have Ms. Aguilar, where are you? Is going to be accepting, coming up. And anybody else that wants to come up with you too. Oh, you want to stand this side and they can stand on that side? Yes. Okay. May I get on this side? Thank you. Who's this young man right here?
To the mayor.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good, man. Stephen, how you doing? Okay, thank you. This is Proclamation Pride Month, June 2024. Whereas on June 28, 1969, led by Black trans and queer leaders, Marsha P. Johnson and Stormy Delavieri, the LGBTQ plus community took a stand against brutality and began to fight for LGBTQ plus rights at Stonewall Inn in New York City, and where cities and towns throughout the United States commemorate the Stonewall riots each June by celebrating Pride Month. Whereas a tremendous amount of progress has been made with LGBTQ plus rights, transgender individuals still face higher instances of hate crimes, bodily harm, and discrimination simply for being who they are. Whereas despite the challenges LGBTQ plus people remain resilient and live and convey bravery by simply being themselves, building community, and promoting equal rights for all. Whereas LGBTQ Oxnard residents have existed since the city's founding, and whereas many of the current residents, students, business owners within the city of Oxnard, and also some city employees who contribute to the enrichment of the city are part of the LGBTQ community. Whereas Pride Month offers a community an opportunity to uplift and celebrate the different voices within the LGBTQ plus movement, to celebrate and work the LGBTQ plus leaders and organizations who continuously fight to create equality for all, as a result of each generation able to live, love, and be their own authentic self. Now therefore, I, John Zaragoza, Mayor of the City of Oxnard, do by proclaim and celebrate and proclaim the month of June 2024 as Pride Month in the City of Oxnard, and encourage all residents to join us in celebrating the culture, accomplishments, and contributions of LGBTQ people. The City Council encourages all residents to work to help advance the cause of equality for LGBTQ plus people and their families. And this is signed by the Mayor of the City of Oxnard on the 4th. And we have Ms. Aguilar. I'm going to share a couple of words. Let me take this off. Here we go.
Thank you. Thank you all. We are here representing the LGBTQ community from Oxnard, and we are thankful for the mayor and everyone here, council members, because you stand as allies with our community. We thank you.
Okay, anybody else wants to say? Stephen? Want to introduce your group? You want to introduce? Stephen, go ahead. No, no.
Hi, I'm Victoria. I'm the founder of Oxnard LGBTQ community. And this is Daphne. Daphne and I are in partnership and founders of Oxnard LGBTQ. And we would like to invite all of you to Oxnard Pride happening June 29th at the downtown park in La Placita.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else want to share anything?
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and all the council members and city staff. This is definitely a good honor to see the city, yesterday, raise the flag continuously, and then support our LGBTQ plus community. And this proclamation definitely sets a tone to have our city proclaim that this is a free and affirming space for everyone. This is my reason why I do my work, and and we want to make sure that this is Damien, yeah. It's important for us to make sure that we grow up into a safe community. So this is my hometown, and I'm proud to raise him back here.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Put your hands together for the LGBT community. And thank you, Mija. Thank you again for coming by. Thank you. Thank you on behalf of the City Council. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Mhm. Thank you. Mhm. Okay, our next proclamation is Juneteenth, and we should have Angela Landers. Angela coming up. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. How are you, Mia? Nice to see you. Good to see you too. And we even have the doctor here with us. Hi, Doc. Okay. How you doing? Angela Kusha. Okay, this is proclamation, Juneteenth celebration, June 15, 2024. Whereas on January 1st, 1863, President Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation, legally and officially declaring the end to slavery in the United States of America. Whereas in June 1865, the Union soldiers led by Major General Gordon Granger rode into the Galveston, Texas, to announce that the Civil War had ended and the slaves were free. Where the announcement stated that quote, that in accordance with the proclamation from the executive of the United States, all slaves are free. This involves an absolute equality of rights of property between the former masters, slaves, and in connection therefore, the existing between them becoming them and between the employer and the free labor, end of quote. And where it was the first act that was formed on the basis of Black Americans to celebrate the Emancipation Day, a day set aside from this nation to celebrate freedom on June 19. And whereas the date was beginning of Juneteenth celebration, as former slaves celebrated their newly granted freedoms. Whereas in June 19, 2024, will mark the 159 years of celebration, officially become a federal holiday, June 2021 by President Joe Biden. National Juneteenth Independence Day is celebrated all the way across the nation with a mission to promote and cultivate knowledge and appreciation of African Americans' history and culture. Whereas the inauguration celebration of Juneteenth in Ventura County was June 17, 1989, and was organized and sponsored by Martin Luther King Jr. Committee of Ventura County in conjunction with the Firefighters of Color United Stand Focus and the Black Students Union, BSU, of Oxnard College, and primarily African American organizations. Whereas on the weekend of June 15 this year's celebration is sponsored by Juneteenth, the celebration of Ventura County, with the purpose of unifying and raising awareness of our history together. Whereas the City Council wishes to recognize the importance of Juneteenth celebration in Oxnard and commend the organizations for the meaningful and education public event saluting the special occasion. Now therefore, I, John C. Zaragoza, Mayor, City of Oxnard, proclaim June 15, 2024 as Juneteenth Celebration Day in the City of Oxnard and encourage all residents to participate in the celebrations sponsored by Juneteenth of Ventura County at Oxnard Plaza Park. Young lady?
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Mayor, City Council members, and the community. I would like to say something briefly is that the question is why Juneteenth? Juneteenth celebrates the freedom of formerly enslaved Black people. Nearly 100 years after America fought for and won freedom from British rule, African Americans were still in bondage. Almost 2 years after the Emancipation Proclamation, African Americans were still enslaved in Texas. So that's when Major Gordon Granger and his troops rode into Texas on June 19th, 1865, to announce and enforce compliance with the proclamation. Therefore, June 19th, Juneteenth, is a significant day in American history. It represents a major milestone in a 400-year struggle to survive the evils of enslavement. It is also a starting point of the struggle for basic legal recognition of the humanity of formerly enslaved people. For every culture, we celebrate freedom and life. And so with our Juneteenth celebration, with a combination of food, music, art, African Americans do too. Juneteenth is yet another opportunity to experience the idea of America, the great melting pot where the strengths of all cultures are celebrated, enhanced, and blended to strengthen the fabric of our society and our community. So Juneteenth, again, is going to be celebrated on the 15th of June this month at Oxnard Plaza Park. We appreciate the city's support so much, and the Port of Huenemy's support also. It is from 10 to 5, again at Plaza Park, and so please come out and join us. We'll have some cultural exhibits and live entertainment and more food, and please come on out, and we'll just hope and pray for a sunny day. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You want to share a couple of words?
Yes, I do. Good evening. I'm Ruby DeRouse, and I'm on the board. And I've been reading some John Lewis book, Carry On, Reflections for a New Generation. And I'd just like to share one excerpt from his book. And the part that I want to share, and it's a good fast read if you want to read the book. It's called On the Future. We have made progress over the past many decades. Dr. King and the Civil Rights Movement birthed a committed new generation of activists who are imagining, envisioning, and shaping the world they want to see. 100 years from now, I would love to see that our beloved community, the place we call home, America, will be more at peace with itself. Let us hope and believe that there will be less turmoil, less rancor, less violence. America should be a place of respect and dignity, a big beacon of light for all of our fellow human beings. I know it is within our power to make such a world exist. Be patient, be hopeful, be humble, be bold, be better. Keep the faith, carry on. And that's the name of the book, Carry On. Thank you so much. I appreciate everyone for all they've done for us in the city of Oxnard. I've been here, I taught in the school district of Oxnard for almost 40 years, so that's my educational part coming out of me now. Thank you so much.
Yes. And thank you. That's very appropriate remarks, because our times are pretty well, we have unfortunately a divided country at this time, and potentially we can all get together. Thank you so much. Put your hands together for Juneteenth. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. You want to share? You okay? Thank you. Thank you. Very good, man. Thank you. Okay, our next one is elder and disability abuse, and we have Sergeant Dale McPalpine. And our police chief. Okay, thank you. This is a proclamation, Elder and Disability Abuse Awareness Month, June 2024. Whereas June is designated as Elder Disability Abuse Awareness Month, and whereas victims of elder and disability abuse include men and women of diverse educational, social, economic, ethnic backgrounds who have been victimized by strangers or by persons they know who may occupy the position of trust, including family members, neighbors, friends, and others whom the victim interacts. Whereas Elder Disability Abuse Awareness Month provides a focused opportunity for residents to learn more about preventing elder abuse, disability abuse, and to show support for numerous organizations and individuals who provide critical advocacy services and assistance to the survivors. Whereas the City of Oxnard Police Department and community-based organizations continue their efforts to end violence in our community and to assist survivors in believing that they have a right to feel safe and feel free from abuse. Whereas we recognize the victims of abuse whose courage inspires us all and who recommit to offering a helping hand to those in need and to remind them that they are not alone. Where we must continue to stand alongside advocates, survivors, service providers, law enforcement, and other criminal justice systems as they hold offenders accountable to provide care and support to survivors during their darkest moments. Whereas the City Oxnard Police Department urges all residents to take a stand against elder and disability abuse by raising awareness about these issues and the resources available to survivors seeking to escape abuse. Whereas the City of Oxnard recognizes both awareness and reporting instances of suspect abuse of elder and disabilities to keep our community safer. Now therefore I, John Zaragoza, Mayor of the City of Oxnard, proclaim June 2024 as Elder Abuse and Awareness Month in the City of Oxnard and encourage all residents to participate in programs and outreach efforts towards educating and supporting those who are the victims of elder abuse and so forth. This is signed by this mayor and on the 4th of June 2024. Thank you. And we'll let the chief hold this.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. As June is an important month for elder and dependent adult abuse. Back in June 15 to 2006, the International Network for Prevention of Elder Abuse and the World Health Organization of the United Nations launched the first ever Elder Abuse Awareness Day. The problem with elder abuse is it's extremely underreported, and they estimate that approximately 5 million Americans every year are victims of elder abuse. I invite the community and my partners at Adult Protective Services and other groups to join us in stopping elder abuse. You can notify the Oxnard Police Department at 385-7740, or you can also contact the 24-hour hotline of Adult Protective Services at 805-654-3200.
You, Sergeant, and that's really important because it happens, believe it or not, most of the time, somebody you know, which I think is really, really important that those items are reported and make sure that sometimes we're afraid to report this, but you might be helping as survivors, as I mentioned. Chief, thank you for your good people. Anybody else want to share a couple of words? No? Thank you so much. Thank you, Sergeant, and thank you to, put your hands together for him. Thank you, Chief. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Oh, my understanding that we have someone that'd like to make some statements on elder abuse and disability. And Jamie Duran, go ahead. You got 3 minutes.
Hello, Mayor and esteemed City Council members. My name is Jasmine Durant, and I am the Advocacy and Community Impact Coordinator for Autism Society of Ventura County. I'm here on behalf of the Autism Society Ventura County's Advocacy Committee as an advocate for individuals with disabilities, particularly those with developmental disabilities, to express our unwavering support for the proclamation designating June as Elder and Disability Abuse Awareness Month within our community. The prevalence of abuse against vulnerable populations, including individuals with developmental disabilities and elder adults, is a pressing concern that demands our collective attention and action. People with disabilities are victims of violence at a rate of 1.5 times that of their non-disabled peers. Research indicates that 60 to 90% of females with autism experience sexual abuse. Those with developmental disabilities are often at risk of exploitation and maltreatment, making it imperative that we stand together to raise awareness and foster a culture of vigilance and protection. By officially recognizing June as Elder and Disability Abuse Awareness Month, Oxnard has the opportunity to lead by example, amplifying the voices of those who are often marginalized and advocating for their rights to live free from harm and abuse. This proclamation serves as a vital step towards cultivating a community that is informed, empowered, and equipped to prevent and respond to instances of abuse against individuals with disabilities and elder adults. It sends a powerful message that we prioritize the safety, dignity, and well-being of all members of our community, regardless of their age or abilities. We commend the City Council for its commitment to championing the rights of individuals with disabilities and elder adults, and for taking decisive action to address the urgent issues of elder and disability abuse. Thank you for your dedication to creating a more inclusive and compassionate community for individuals with disabilities and elder adults alike. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your remarks. Thank you. Okay, Madam, any additional speakers on this item?
Mayor Zaragoza, there's no additional speakers.
Okay, thank you. Our next item is item E. This is public comments not on the agenda, and I understand we have a young lady or person by Brianna Daly.
Mayor Zaragoza, Brianna is currently not available virtually or in person.
Do we have any other speakers that'd like to speak on items on the agenda?
Mayor, we have 2 additional speakers virtually.
Oh, 3 minutes, okay. My apologies, we got a couple of minutes to go, but we'll wait those 2-3 minutes. Okay. Okay. We got 120 seconds. Can we get the speakers?
Yes, we have 1 virtual speaker right now.
Okay.
Caller with phone number ending in 9442, please press star 6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, this is Deirdre Frank. Am I coming through?
Yes, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Yes, I'd like you all to write this down. I'll hold on while you do it. The word brilliance events. This popped up on because I want you to go to your Instagrams and I want you to put that in so you can see what this entity does. Brilliance events. It popped up on my Instagram, and this is what they did last June 1st, this last Saturday. They came down to the corner of 5th Street and Mandalay Beach Road. They went into the areas where the birds are nesting, where our environmental activists take their time, volunteer their time to tape off the area. They trampled through the dunes. They set up loudspeakers and electronic DJ equipment. They brought coolers and set up canopies and had what they called themselves an illegal rave, because whoever these organizers are upset that the city did not approve the permits for the rave that was supposed to happen at the power plant. So I forwarded that Instagram and there's pictures of the alcohol, the dogs on the beach, the crowd of people there. It started at 2 o'clock and went until sundown. I forwarded that Instagram to our city mayor, police chief, and, our council member for our district, and, I can't remember who else. But after I did that, also because now I'm following them on Instagram, they plan on doing the same thing this Saturday. And apparently they plan on doing these illegal raves this is from their site, in the 805. They don't have a temporary use permit. There are no bathrooms. There's no security. Alcohol is not allowed on the beach.
30 seconds.
Dogs off leash are also not allowed. Please be proactive and be down there so that this kind of activity does not take place in our public space here at the beach. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, any other speakers on this item?
Yes, Mayor Zaragoza, we have one additional virtual speaker.
Okay.
Caller with phone number ending in 1622, please press star 6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Happy June, aka True Love and Humility Month. I want to thank the men honoring the opposing the elder abuse and disability abuse. My friend has a Call Me Capable game. She is disabled, and she has created that game to help people to understand the disabled and know that they're quite abled in many ways. But it's a good thing for society to honor the elderly and the disabled and not abuse them. I'm here to honor Jim Swisher, who recently passed. He was a teacher for 40 years here in Oxnard, including at Santa Clara High School. And he just passed away at 78. God bless his memory. As our Jewish friends say, may his memory be a blessing. And I think he taught, I think it was the first advanced placement class at Santa Clara High School that he taught in American history. So he's a great teacher, good man, and God bless his family. Wanted to say honor President Reagan. It will be 20 years tomorrow since he passed away. And of course, his library is in our county, and one of his best friends and helped during his time is the late William Clark, who you can look up as well. There's a book written about him as well, and he was born in Oxnard. So honor to President Reagan and William Clark. And then 2 days from now, on Thursday, is 80 years since D-Day. Maybe the biggest battle in world history, at least the biggest battle, changed the tide there in World War II to defeat tyranny, Nazi tyranny in Europe. And it would have spread around the world if it kept going. I read an article on CaliforniaGlobe.com that no city in California is honoring those, remembering D-Day, honoring our veterans of D-Day there. So I would hope, I have a feeling Councilman Perillo might mention it, but I just want to honor our World War II veterans, especially those who were involved in D-Day. And also happy Father's Day coming up to all the dads. And it is one of the most needed things we have right now is fathers. We need, in the Black community, 70% of kids grow up without a father in the home, and it's gaining among the other
30
ethnic
seconds
groups as well. And that's why PRO's honoring Pride Month and having the flag up, because if anything, and having a city as an abortion sanctuary, we need more kids. We need a nuclear family, a man, woman, and kids, because we're getting where we barely have 2 workers to support every retirees. We need more kids, and abortion sanctuary and honoring other lifestyles.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, any additional speakers, Madam Clerk?
Mayor Zaragoza, there's no additional speakers.
Thank you. Then our next item is item F. This is report to the city manager. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you. Diego, if you can bring up the brief slide deck. I just have a few announcements or updates this evening. Okay, here we go, yet again. It's the primary fireworks season upon us, so here's a reminder. All fireworks are illegal in Oxnard. That means possession, sales, use may subject the property owner and/or the tenants to being arrested or fined up to $1,000 per count for each violation on their property. There are multiple ways to report fireworks. There's a firework officer cell phone number. By the way, this information is available on our website and the police department's website. So the fireworks officer cell phone number is 805-307-6308. There's a fireworks hotline. It's 805-394-5884. You can always call the non-emergency dispatch line, 805-385-7740. Obviously, if there's a situation that is a active emergency, you should call 911. And of course, email fireworks@oxnardpd.org. Reports made to the email and the hotline can be made anonymously. However, if you're calling the other numbers, you should be prepared to provide the exact address where the fireworks are being ignited. So we're already proactively addressing fireworks issues. We had a recent bust of a major fireworks shipment into our city, and the staff continue to work to make sure that we don't have any major problems this year. So we'll make this announcement again, both here and over our various media channels. Okay, next, this is the next Durley Park Community Meeting. This is going to take place on a Friday evening, Friday, June 14th, at 6 p.m., scheduled for 2 hours at Durley Park in the Youth Center building, which is 850 Hill Street here in Oxnard. And this is for discussion and community feedback regarding the details of potential amenities at Durley Park, park uses and activities, and other park design elements and details. Our city staff will be there with our design consultants. Of course, this is on the heels of the city receiving a $7.1 million grant, I think from the state, if I'm not mistaken. So progress at Durley Park. So for all the folks who enjoy Durley Park or want to enjoy it and live in the neighborhood, here's a great opportunity to show up and provide feedback. Next is a quick summary. We had I believe it was the 4th annual Insect Festival this past Saturday. If you take a look at some of these photos, you can see just the essence of why we do this festival, this family festival free to our community. So throughout the day, we had over 10,000 visitors. We had hundreds of species of insects and a few turtles. And I'm now learning that over 100,000 bugs were consumed that day. Okay. This year, not by me. And then I see here that next year's special guest, looks like the snakes will be returning. That I haven't approved that, but that's what's on the sign here. And then, so typically the scorpions and the tarantulas are a pretty big hit. The snakes were a big hit, but this year there was another specimen that was a big hit, and that's I think Diego's gonna have to play that one for me. Here we go. I'm not sure what insect this is, but here we go.
Oh man, come on now. You know, I was dared by the bumblebee.
Yeah, I don't know the Latin name for that one. And that's the update. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I just want to share with you that it was really great to have the fourth annual, Insect Festival. And this festivities, was from all ages, which it's something that It was really, really great to see the moms and the dads and the children looking at this vital role of insects in the environment in our daily lives. So this festival really, I believe, was really educational, and the exhibits were excellent. And I just want to thank our city manager for recommending that we bring the insect festival to the city of Oxnard, and it's something that I personally got a lot of compliments on and so forth. If we'd have had, it was kind of like a foggy day, but if it had been a Sunday day, we probably would have had double the amount of people. But Mr. City Manager, I want to thank you. And again, one little kid told me, he says, Mr. Mayor, this is part of the food chain. They go smarter than anything. But again, thank you so much for that. Okay. We're good? Okay. Our next item is item G. This is the City Council and members of the City Council to come up with some brief announcements and then reports on their activities, and also if they'd like to place any items on future agendas. And council members, we got 3 minutes. We'll start off with Councilor Turan.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to start by first wishing congratulations to all the graduates from all of our high schools in Oxnard. And I've seen some photos already starting to float around. The first I've seen are from Oxnard Middle College High School, which is a smaller enrollment school, and it's students who will enroll at the campus at Oxnard College, and they are dual enrolled in high school and community college classes, many of them graduating not only with a high school diploma, but multiple certificates or certifications and an associate's degree for many of them as well. So great program. They're the first ones I've seen with some pictures floating around of they actually get 2 graduations too, the Oxnard College one and then their own graduation. So, and then congrats to all those who will be graduating this week from our other area high schools. Real quickly, I just want to say first, the fireworks cell phone number actually does work. I had someone in our neighborhood who texted that phone number saying, hey, at such and such address, there's fireworks going off, really big ones. And apparently within 10 minutes or so, there were 2 patrol vehicles that arrived and were looking at the area and looking into the report. So I was happy to hear that. In District 2, we have River Park Neighborhood Council this Thursday at 6:30 at Rio Vista Middle School. We have the same evening Carriage Square Neighborhood Council at 7 p.m. at Curran School. And just a quick thing, I noticed that in the Carriage Square neighborhood, if you live in that neighborhood, you'll see the red and white signs that your chair and executive board have used their neighborhood council funds to have created. And so they're going flyerless and just canvassing the neighborhood strategically with those yard signs. They're not election signs, they are signs that are advertising that the neighborhood council meeting is upcoming this week. So I do also want to thank our staff who worked tirelessly, including our paid staff and our volunteers, to put on the 4th annual Insect Festival. My family and I had a great time, and I didn't get to see the mayor dance until it was on social media later. So thanks for replaying that to the city manager. And I'll say that the bee and the mantis, it looks like they have moves as well. So
Thank you.
I also want to point out, and you can see actually here on the other side of my screen, I have this painting. I want to thank Integration Works, who is an adult day program for adults with disabilities. And they, they repositioned the camera. They held an art show this past week, and my daughter and I went, and the adults who participate in their program create crafts and artwork and set up these booths, and you can go around and observe, and you can also purchase art. And my daughter and I purchased something from every single booth, but this is one of the things I bought from a participant named Haley, who painted this herself. And she had a number of canvas paintings that were for sale. And this one just really spoke to me, so I'll be putting it up in my office across the street. So thank you to Haley, and thank you Integration Works for your work with the adults in our community who certainly benefit from the skills training and involvement they get through the program. And the last thing I'll say is, although I was unable to make it because of my full-time day job, I do want to thank our city again for another year in a row raising the Progress Pride flag over City Hall and other locations. And I just want to point out to me that the raising of the flag also signifies inclusion and acceptance of the many youth and adults who at some point in their lives may have felt excluded or marginalized by family members, by peers, or even by their community. And this flag display at least shows that their local government has allies who are within that government who see and support them. And I am absolutely one of those allies. I will always be, and I'm proud to say that I am, and I just appreciate our city standing behind that stance as well. So those are my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Madrigal?
Thank you. I had the pleasure of going to the Rio Lindo neighborhood meeting. It was a wonderful turnout. I want to thank Steve Howlett for a wonderful presentation that he had concerning, oh great, now I forgot what it was about. I guess I'm getting old.
It was good, though.
It was good, yeah, I agree. It was a good presentation. I'll remember though. But in all seriousness, it was a good turnout from the Rio Lindo neighborhood, and they can't wait for their September meeting. They're already planning with different things on the agenda for that particular meeting. Also, like Councilmember Turon stated, congratulations to all the graduates. There's actually graduations going on right now as we speak. And then there will be promotions next week for the middle school students. So congratulations to all of them. And congratulations to Pacifica's baseball team for winning a CIF regional championship this past week. And then lastly, because I was told specifically various times over the last week, special shout out to the refuse department for their wonderful job. Had many of the neighbors tell me how wonderful the service has been, and that they are the unsung heroes of the city. So congratulations to them. A special shout out to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Basua.
Thank you, Mayor. I had the opportunity to attend Monday's raising of the flag with some of my colleagues here. Thank you to the city for putting that on. Also, I guess it's going to be Solid Waste's turn to say thank you. I was not able to attend the Insect Festival because I double booked myself. It's very common for me to do that. But on Saturday, 3 local soccer clubs, Oxnard soccer clubs, had a beach cleanup at the end of Perkins. Oxnard United Soccer, Oxnard Football Club, and Oxnard Eagles. We had about 200 people out there, and Solid Waste provided dumpsters. They opened up the parking lot, so thank you very much to the city for that. Last but not least, this Thursday, Lemonwood Neighborhood Council is holding their election. They're trying to revive that neighborhood. So if anybody lives within the Lemonwood neighborhood, they are having a meeting at 6:30 at Lemonwood Park.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Like a lot of other members of the city, I attended the Insect Festival over the weekend. I wanted to thank the judging panel that sat and tasted the different food samples. Unfortunately, my wife has me on a pretty strict diet and bugs are not on the menu, so I wasn't able to participate, but I had a lot of fun watching other people enjoy themselves. So, and this last Monday, I was able to tour a new business. So it's been in business about 6 months here, but it's fairly new to our city. And it's called Larrivee Guitars. And it's a family from Canada. They have a custom guitar manufacturing place on Jones Avenue, or Jones Way here in Oxnard, and make both custom and acoustic guitars. And it was amazing to walk through and see how they take the raw stock and fashion it into both types of guitars, and they just make a wonderful product. So you couple that together with DW Drums, which has been here for several years now, and also Fidelity Record Pressing Plant, which I went to the grand opening a couple weeks ago. Oxnard is really establishing itself as a prime venue for musical-related businesses, records, guitars, drums. So I'm waiting to see what the next adventure is going to be. But it's just really exciting to see those types of industry coming to this community. So tomorrow is my Gold Coast Transit Day. Friday is Ventura County Transportation Commission. And if you want to see what their guitars look like, Mr. Fisher has it up on his screen right now. They do custom inlays, really some beautiful work. So just a little hint for them. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, Councilman Perrello?
Thank you. I'd like to thank the individuals that spoke. I'd like to thank Mr. Barberine for mentioning D-Day. You know, as we get older, and I'm getting older, the options are you don't get older, and that if you can't figure that out, can't help you out. But D-Day, VE Day, war is ending, war is starting. Those were important things. A lot of people died. A lot of people took part. It's history. Sometimes when you talk to younger people who are the future of this community, sometimes it's amazing they're not aware of those things. I'd also like to thank and reach out to the Public Works Department. Had the opportunity to see the final product for Snow Avenue in the Rio Lindo neighborhood. And they did a tremendous job. It took a while to get the resources and everything straightened out, but a tremendous job and a big improvement for the people who live in that street. I did have the opportunity to go to the Insect Festival. I want to share with you at the very first time, I need to be very frank, I thought the city manager was out of his gourd when he was going to bring bugs to the city. Turned out he's been successful. The number of children that come dragging grandparents or parents by the hand, they want to go to the next booth, and you can see the adults looking like, what are we doing? And all of a sudden they become interested. There were adults holding young kids up so they could peer down the carnivorous plants that were eating the bugs that had been placed in there. There were people that were going into a butterfly tent, which was a tremendous draw. There were people lined up halfway down the block waiting to get in that so they could be in an environment where the butterflies were. They gave them a cotton swab with some kind of an attractant to go and see. You should have seen the looks on the adults watching their kids, priceless. So I have to, hats off to all the people involved doing this. This is a tremendous thing. I don't want it to get bigger. I just want it to get better. I'm not a fan of snakes. I got to tell you that right now. But the last time that there were large lizards, I'm not real warm and fuzzy on that. But some people have them as pets. And it is interesting when you're walking up as close as I am to Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, and a person has a huge lizard looking at you eyeball to eyeball, but it's a pet named Homer. Those are eventful days for myself. I do appreciate the issue being brought up about the parties on the beach. This is an issue, ladies and gentlemen, in my opinion, one council member. Are the rules and are the rules followed? We received a letter from the neighborhood chair. The letter from the neighborhood chair went to all the council members. I want to thank the city clerk for passing it on to the council members. They addressed some things in that letter, and I'd like to share them. On August 10th of 1988, some of my council members weren't even born then. 1988, the California Coastal Commission gave a letter from Mr. Peter M. Douglas to former Oxnard Mayor, now Takasugi, about a council action from June 20th, 1988, and the Coastal Commission action of June 7th of 1988. Apparently, the Oxnard Shores Neighborhood Council for 5 years is trying to get this, quote, Oxnard Shores Local Coastal Plan, end quote, addressed with the City of Oxnard Local Coastal Plan. I'm requesting that that be discussed, that be agendized. What do we do? I don't know, but this is an action, and it's not just a fly-by-night. There's the actual picture of the letterhead from the Coastal Commission. I know enough that the Coastal Commission, the state of California, is a serious entity. The other request that I have with respect to the City of Oxnard, we had an issue where there was a local water board individual that pled guilty to some activities with water. The Los Angeles Times had a story, and we recently, today, in the newspaper, we have our local district attorney and other district attorneys beating their chest after going after Kroger for slices of bread. But in the San Joaquin Valley, an individual charged with stealing $24 million of water. $24 million of water. Apparently, they're going to hold him accountable for 7, and the other responsible parties for the remainder of that $24 million, federal and state agencies may not follow up. I'd like this council to take an action. If we go after somebody in this community that steals water, we go after people that steal water in the others. And ladies and gentlemen, $24 million is a lot of money. San Joaquin Valley, Timbuktu, or Oxnard, California. I'd like that agendized. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Valenzuela.
Thank you, Mayor Zaragoza. Happy Pride, everyone. Was able to join several of my colleagues yesterday morning at the flag raising right here in front of City Hall. Ran into Councilmember Tehran at the Camarillo Pride this Sunday. So I got to do a number of things this weekend, but I'll try to keep it down to a few things. I was able to join several others here in the Insect Festival. I forgot to get my ant-covered lollipop, so hopefully next year I'll get that. I was able to stop by the Fatherhood Summit on Vineyard Avenue, hosted at Rio de Valle School. I was happy to see so many county resources and individual organizations there to provide, to work towards reuniting families. And also, I was able to join a couple of my colleagues at the Oxnard School District Creates event at Oxnard College. Got to see several youth artworks, including like some robotics and paper mache materials. And in case anyone's a fan of Little League softball, the Mermaid softball hosted at Carty Park is having their playoffs right now. I think All-Star game in a couple of weeks. And I guess there's also 2 items that we see if we as a council can consider. First, I think is what some of my colleagues have asked in the past, but a conversation on a project labor agreement. Like, I know our finances are looking much better these days with our enterprise funds in order and our general fund looking healthy for the first time in decades. Maybe we can start having this conversation and have on a threshold or the amount of labor or so forth that we would use in future projects. And the other item, I would say this, I'm really proud of the fact that we have such a strong democracy here in not just our nation and state, but in the city of Oxnard. But I think this also might put a little stress on staff, so I apologize for this request in advance, but maybe we should consider putting a measure on the ballot for a appointed city clerk and city treasurer for the city of Oxnard. I know these are very important positions and also require a good amount of certification in order to do so. I think we're one of 3 cities in the county that currently elect our treasurer and clerk, but I think it would be a wise move to move forward on considering making these appointed positions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. First of all, again, we talked about the Insect Festival, and I just said it was just great, when we had 10,500 people show up, and I commend the city manager for bringing that event to Oxnard. And Dorley Park too, I'm glad that we're looking at Dorley Park, the $7.1 million. Dorley Park has been needing that for years and years and years. In fact, Johnny, my son, played there 200 years ago. Now, poor guy, no, he wasn't, many, many years ago, but I think it's about time. And also, I want to commend the Pacific High School for winning the CIF Regional. Again, the Pacific High School has been an excellent high school. They bring championships to the city of Oxnard for football, for baseball, and other events too. So I want to commend them for that too. So also, I just want to share with you that my son he got accepted to Penn State, being a straight A student in Oxnard College. So I commend him for that. He's probably going to get mad at me for that, but he got accepted to Penn State, which is great. Thank you for that. Then our next item is the review of the consent items, and we have one speaker from this item. It's Juliet Arceo. Is that correct?
Mayor Zaragoza, Juliet, she is currently not available virtually or in person.
Okay, so we have items 1 to 7, and my understanding that we have Councilman Turan likes to recuse himself from item 2 and 3. Correct?
Yes, that is correct, Mayor. I'll be recusing myself from those two items just due to the nature of my day job and working with school districts in a professional capacity. So when the time comes, I'll be voting on the other info consent items, but I will be recusing myself from J2 and J3.
Okay, any council members, any other items? If not, we need a motion. Does the councilman have to leave the dais? No, he doesn't, okay.
No, Mayor.
Okay, so a motion to approve items 1 to 7, except for Toronto 2 and 3.
Mr. Mayor, I would make the motion that we approve info consent with the exclusion of 2 and 3.
Second.
First round of votes.
Okay, we got a first by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Valenzuela on all items, and then we'll go with except
2 and 3.
Councilman Saran, 2 and 3. Okay, please vote. Okay, then
Mayor, the vote for items, consent items 1, 4, 5, 6, and 7. I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, a second by Councilmember Valenzuela. We have 1 abstention by Councilmember Turan.
recuse himself from.
Recusal.
No, it's the other way around.
He's recusing on 2 and 3.
On 2 and 3.
Correct.
That's why we took them out of the mix.
We took that out of the mix.
Correct. So this vote is for items 1, 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Correct.
Right.
Correct?
Correct.
Yes. We have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem McDonald. We have a second by Councilmember Valenzuela.
Right.
1 recusal by Councilmember Turan. Motion carries 6-0 with 1 recusal.
Recusal 2 and 3.
That's what we had Councilmember Turan.
Go ahead,
Take the other.
Steve, go ahead.
There is no recusal.
So for clarification, this vote was not on 2 and 3. It was
Right.
on everything but 2 and 3.
2 and
So
3.
I anticipate there's going to be another vote,
Yes.
another motion on which Councilmember Turan will recuse himself.
Correct, but there is no recusal on this.
On this one, no
particular
recusal, that's correct. So it's 100%. 7-0, so we're good then. You got that, Madam Clerk?
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I would move the balance of info consent items 2 and 3.
Second it.
Okay, we get a first by Mayor Pro Tem and second by Perella with a balance, except for 2 and 3. Please vote. You want to take roll call, or? Oh, we got it? Okay.
Okay, Mayor.
Got it?
So for consent items 2 and 3, we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, a second by Councilmember Perrello,
Right.
a recusal by Councilmember Turan. So the vote for items 2 and 3, motion carries 6-0. And if I may go ahead and read the vote for items 1, 4, 5, 6, and 7. It was a motion by Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, a second by Councilmember Valenzuela. Motion carries 7-0 for those consent items.
Okay. Steve, good? Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, so then we're going over, so the speaker did not, Joliet didn't come through.
That's correct, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So our next item is, this is a, let me see. This is a Public Works item. Do I have this correct? Yeah. Okay, this is subject is Senate Bill 1, Local Street and Road Maintenance and Rehabilitation Account, RMRA Project List Fiscal Year 24-25. Recommendation City Council adopt a resolution, number 1, adopting the fiscal year 2024 Project List Bill 1, SB 1, proposed project that will be funded. I got the wrong one?
I think you skipped ahead.
Okay, one, let me see. Oh, okay, I'm sorry, okay, all righty. I'm almost there.
Wrong page.
Wrong page. K1, okay. Public Works fiscal year of 2024 landscape maintenance district. Initiation of proceedings to levy assessment approval of consolidated engineering report and declaration of intention to levy an assessment. Recommendation of the City Council acting as the legislative body of the City of Oxnard Landscape Maintenance District, LMDs. One, adopt a resolution of the City Council, City of Oxnard, California, initiating a proceeding to levy assessment against real property for fiscal year 24-25 in connection with the city's landscape maintenance districts. Two, adopt a resolution of the City Council, the City of Oxnard, California, approving a consolidation engineering report regarding assessments against the property for fiscal year 24-25 in connection with the city landscape maintenance districts. And three, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Oxnard, California, declaring its intention to levy assessments against real property for fiscal year 24-25 in connection with the city's landscape maintenance district, setting the public hearing for June 18, 2024. And the Finance Committee approved this item 2-0 on May the 14th, and this is a pre-recorded item. And we do have Mr. Michael, if we have any additional questions. Councilmember Perrello.
Yes, if the item discusses landscape maintenance district number 13, I need to leave the podium. I did speak with the city attorney, but I can vote on the matter. But if it's a discussion of landscape 13, I cannot participate.
And I also item LM3 on River Ridge on my part because I have property in that particular area.
Yeah, and to clarify, when it comes to vote on this item, you will be recusing yourselves for, as it pertains to the districts in which you reside.
Okay.
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay. Any questions on this item? If not, we need a motion. Any speakers on this item?
Mayor Zaragoza, there's no speakers.
No speakers. Okay, so we need a motion on this item.
Move the recommended action.
Okay, first
Second.
by Valenzuela,
Second.
second by Madrigal. Please vote, and we recuse myself from LM3, River Ridge.
Excuse me,
Recusing
Mayor.
himself on 13.
What district are you recusing yourself from?
From River Ridge, LM3.
And Madam Clerk,
Councilmember Perrello?
Madam Clerk, district number 13.
Thank you.
Okay, so please vote.
Mayor, may I please have may I have you please, who made the motion for this item? Valenzuela?
Valenzuela and Madrigal.
Thank you.
Second. Mhm. Okay, Councilman Trahan.
Thank you. Motion carries 7-0.
Never mind.
Okay. Okay, good, thank you. Thank you, Michael. Our next item is the item 3. This is Finance Department, increase appropriation of fiscal year 23-24 general fund operating budget to transfer funds to the state gas fund to restore the state gas tax fund balance. Recommendation of the City Council approve and transfer the funds of fiscal year 23-24 to the General Fund 101 operating budget to the state gas tax 181 in the amount of $3,300,000 to restore the fund's balance deficit of the state gas tax for prior year activity as well as projected budgetary deficits for 23-24 and 24-25. And again, you know, this was a pre-recorded item per Measure M, and we do have our finance individual, Mr. Javier. Any questions on this item? Any speakers on this item?
Mayor Zaragoza, there's no speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Okay, if not, we need a motion on this item.
I'll move the action.
Okay, first by Councilman Perrello.
Second.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem. Please vote.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, let me see. Okay, so the next item, thank you. Let me see. Okay, our next item is L1. And this is the time and place to set a public hearing on L1. Subject is 5-year capital improvement program, CIP, for fiscal year 25-29. And recommendation the city council provide input on the draft CIP and recommend that the city council, 1, hold a public hearing to receive public testimony regarding the proposed 25-29 City of Oxnard 5-year CIP, approve the existing carryover CIP projects and the proposed new funding as outlined in the staff report, Category 1 projects. 3, reaffirm the carryover CIP project Category 2. 4, approve the project prioritization list on Category 3. And 4, as outlined in the staff report, and adopt the 2025-29 City of Oxnard 5-year CIP, and also direct staff to finalize the 25-29 CIP and general fund / measure amounts for Category 4 projects once the city's fiscal year 24-25 operating budget has been completed and approved CIP funding allows. We start off with city clerk certification of publication and written communications, if any.
Mayor Zaragoza, there was a legal notice for this public hearing published in the Vida newspaper on May 16th, 2024. The city clerk's office has not received any written communications for this public hearing.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do any council members have any ex parte communications or other disclosures regarding this matter to state for the record? Members, summarize any ex parte contacts, if any, disclosed. We'll start off with Valenzuela.
I believe I had one with the Operation Engineers Local 12.
Okay, Councilman Perello.
I had an update by staff, that's it.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No.
None by me? No. Mitsua? No. None?
None, Mayor. Oh, I'm sorry. One more also on Oxnard Fire.
Oxnard Fire, okay. Okay, so then members of the public are invited to sign up to speak on this item on the city website or in person. If you did not sign up, you can do so now by submitting a speaker card or by following the instructions posted on the agenda for this meeting and the city's website, oxnard.org/city meetings. City Engineer Morgan Kessler and staff posted a video presentation regarding this item, and the staffs are available to answer any brief clarifying questions the council members may have before we take any public testimony. The council members will deliberate after the public hearing has been closed. Do any council members have any questions at this time? Okay, we'll start off with Councilman.
I appreciate the staff update, and I appreciate the staff presentation. Very nicely done. Thank you.
Councilman Turan.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know if Mr. Wolf or Mr. Kessler had any additional or opening comments to frame the conversation. Otherwise, I do have a question that we'll ask about doing that.
If you don't mind, good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council members, Michael Wolf, Director of Public Works. This is a pretty routine process for most cities. Here in Oxnard, we do a 2-year CIP. It's a culmination of a lot of input, blood, sweat, and tears, if you will. We have set this up in a fashion such that we are not framing it until the operating budget is done. And so we're setting this up such that there's an opportunity for us to come back and revisit the capital projects after the operating budget is looked at. We have also identified 4 different categories. And really the focus for tonight would be for us to get input from the council on those 4 categories and approval of those 4 categories. And as we go into detail, I can, and Morgan and myself can explain those 4 categories because that's kind of frames the conversation for tonight. So with that, we're here to answer any questions if necessary.
All right.
Councilmember, additional questions?
Yes, actually, that leads right into my question. I was hoping that you wouldn't mind taking a moment, Mr. Wolf, to explain a little bit about each of the categories. And this is certainly a callback to previous meetings where we reference above the line and below the line projects. And if you can just give context for the public on that, on what that means and what's before us tonight in these categories.
Certainly. So we do have quite a bit of projects, and we've had this conversation with council before last year in February. A lot of projects, a lot of needs, a lot of demands on our resources, and we're trying to put forward or at least identify the prioritization of those projects. And so those are the categories that we've identified. So category 1 is what I would consider a pretty straightforward capital improvement process where these are projects that were previously approved by a council, not necessarily this specific council, but a council has approved these projects. They are a continuation of projects that are already funded. And so it's a pretty straightforward capital process from that perspective. These are projects that are already been approved, and we're just recommending to continue to move them forward through the capital process, whether that's the planning side of the house, the design side of the house, or the construction side of the house, move those projects forward. So that's category 1. Category 2, and that's referencing the conversation we had 2 Februaries ago as above and below the line projects. And so again, we have lots of projects, lots of needs, but limited resources from a staffing perspective and funds. And so category 2 is a list of those projects that were identified 15 months ago that are important, but from a resource standpoint are not being actively worked on. And so the request tonight is to reconfirm or reaffirm that that is still the case. Category 3, so these are new projects. So these are projects that based on the prioritization, based on the needs of the that we see from a staff perspective that we're recommending have a priority such that they should be added to the CIP. And all of those have an identified funding source that is not general fund. That is not general fund, that's correct. There are 2 projects that you note in category 3 that actually have general fund money identified, but they're specific types of general fund money, and they're settlement funds from a settlement. So they cannot be used for other projects. So category 3 is new projects that staff is recommending council approve with the funding sources as identified. Most of those will be either grants or utility funds, enterprise funds, things like that. So that would, in essence, mean that if it moves forward like it's presented, those category 3 projects are higher priority than category 2. And then category 4 projects they're broken up into 2 different portions of category 4. So the first 13 projects are priority projects from a staff perspective that staff is recommending general fund or Measure O be funded. And the example I'll give, which is probably no surprise to anybody else, is the streets projects. So we do have in category 4 several projects for street paving. That's 1 through 13, and we've actually, from a staff perspective, put those in order, priority order, based on what we understand the council's priorities to be and the needs of the infrastructure that we have to maintain. And then behind those 13 projects are a list of unfunded projects that have either been on previous CIPs or we have added to this CIP as a need, but not necessarily one that rises to the top from a staff perspective. And so that's what category 4 is. Now the idea here is when the operating budget gets approved, an identification of how much funds could be used for capital projects, we would come back into category 4 and see how far down the list that we get for category 4. Do we get all the way down to project number 13, or can we even go further than that? So that's the idea here, is to make sure that council is in agreement, and doesn't have to be an agreement because we certainly can discuss changing projects out, but the request is for the category 4 projects to be approved as presented, in the order that's presented. So that's the 4 categories. And we try to make this, although having to have to say that for the last 5 minutes, I thought it was gonna be simple. But having done this, we think it's the best way for us to approach the council priorities and the amount of resources that we have from a staffing standpoint and from a funding standpoint.
All right, one more question, Mayor, if I can. Thank you, Mr. Wolf, for the comprehensive explanation. I've spent a lot of time on the spreadsheets that were provided. Thank you to you and Mr. Kessler for providing those ahead of time, and they were published with the attachment documents for this meeting's agenda. Just as a quick follow-up question, this is just forwarding a question that I've had in conversations with members of the public when it comes to our capital projects and the need for us to prioritize based on staff capacity and other considerations. When it comes to number of staff or the capacity of staff and their workload, the common response I get from folks is, "We'll hire more people." Like, why are you working those people, into the ground? Hire more people to do the work. And I'm wondering if you wouldn't mind just addressing that quickly. I know that's that's a much more complex answer and issue with many moving parts, but simply if you could just respond to why we don't just bring on more bodies to do this work, to do more projects.
Normally when I get asked that question, I say, please send me the resume of somebody who's qualified. We'll hire them, right? We do have some vacancies in our engineering division. It's been very difficult over the last couple of years to hire qualified project managers and engineers. I will say that we have a great group of folks in that division right now. We've recently hired a few folks that are really impressive in terms of what they can do. So the meat of the question, or the part of the question that is, it's a very unique set of skills, and we oftentimes have vacancies that are very difficult to fill, and that's usually the result of this. Is we have, most of them are in those kinds of categories where you have either project engineers or project managers who we advertise, we just don't get the folks that we would identify as being the best that can move forward projects, and that would be a detriment if we hire somebody who can't actually move a project forward. And so we do have a lot of staff that have a lot of projects, and some of them are easily moved along because they are maybe in the construction phase. Some are more difficult because they're in the planning phase, and so not every staff member has the same number of projects. It's almost it's not dependent upon number of projects or number of dollars. It's actually the complexity of the project, because you can have a smaller project of $1 million that's very complex versus a $20 million project that's maybe not as complex. And then I think the second part of that question that I usually answer or like to introduce is the consultant side of the house, because then the question is, well, if you can't find somebody who wants to be a staff member who can qualify for the position, why not potentially go out and get some consultants to do the work? And we do. In fact, we already have consultants that are working on projects. We have a couple of consulting firms that are actually the lead on a project, taking it through the process. Now, having said that, even when we hire a consultant to do the project management or the engineering, we have to have a staff member assigned for the internal process. And so we have an internal procedure for the city of Oxnard, like most cities do. We have internal processes. We have checks and balances. All that needs to be done by a staff member. And the ownership of that project is still the ownership of the city of Oxnard. So it's Morgan Kessler as the city engineer and myself who has to take ownership of that project. So we still have to be involved in that. So there's still just a limited amount of resources. I forget the total number of projects that we have, 149, 142, I think is the total number of projects, which is a lot of projects.
Great, thank you very much for that. And my last question, when it comes to staffing, is this a challenge that's unique to the city of Oxnard, or is this a industry-wide issue that's being faced by multiple cities and counties?
It's industry-wide. In fact, even our consultants are drawn thin because of that, because there's just not a lot of industry-wide and industry-wide folks that can fill this position. And a lot of that, I think Morgan and I have had the same conversation. We kind of saw this 15 years ago in our career, where we were kind of the last steps in as engineers at the lower level, and we were working our way up. there just wasn't anybody behind us as well. And so there's quite a bit of gap in even just some of the having younger or newly experienced engineers coming behind us. That even we were seeing that at least 10 or 15 years ago. Now we're seeing the actual results of that, where we can't hire some senior level folks, and even introductory level engineers is tough as well.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Wolf. Much appreciated. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And before we go to Councilman Valenzuela, Mr. City Manager, you want to share a couple of more words?
Yeah, I just want to add on to that, because I've heard that sentiment from a few folks in the community with regard to why can't we do more work, with all these projects on deck. So in addition to the staff capacity, the financial resources, all the other actual physical, the goods and services and products resources, it's also a question of community tolerance. So even if we won the lottery tomorrow, you wouldn't want to turn the entire city into a work zone, right? So you wouldn't want to have construction in every major neighborhood on all the arterials, pipe replacement, sewer replacement, tree trimming. So there's a logical order that we also would have to maintain just to keep the general day-to-day flow of the city. So there's a community tolerance level as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Valenzuela?
I just want to say there was one more group I spoke with, and it was OPOA. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Perella?
Yes, Director Wolf, you had mentioned at the very beginning resource requirements. I think the questions that, if we can help out Councilman Turan, if human resources could come up and explain the process of people applying for jobs, how it works, not just in public works, but in the entire city of Oxnard. We're hurting. And if anybody's got kids that are looking for jobs that have a talent, there's an opportunity for jobs. And I hope Mr. Nauvoo can fill it in. I'm not asking for a dissertation, but just fill us in on what's going on. We're not sitting on our backs and hoping that people fall in. We're looking for people, correct?
Thank you, Steve.
If you could just fill it in a little bit.
Sure. Thank you, Councilman Perello. So, yeah, we are constantly posting jobs to our webpage. We also work with recruiters in the marketplace. So in the past, we may only just run a recruitment ourselves. Now we've actually spread that out to where we have recruiters that are assisting us. They're basically paid on a placement. So if they actually place a candidate with us, that's how they get paid. So there's multiple ways that we're reaching out to candidates and trying to pull people in. Those recruiters, they do more active type recruiting where they're actually doing calls to people, that type of thing. And then of course there's also the traditional ways of advertising, putting it in various publications, that type of thing.
And this is not simply in public works. This is throughout the city?
Correct. This is across all departments. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming up and helping fill it in. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you. Okay, we're okay. Any other questions? If not, then we'll go ahead and I'm going to open the public hearing, testimony portion of it. Speakers have 3 minutes to speak on this item. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers on this item?
Mayor Zaragoza, we have one virtual public speaker for this public hearing.
Okay.
Caller with phone number ending in 6377, please press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. This is Manuel Herrera, creator of Citizens for Better Oxnard. My understanding is that this item before you is to identify projects to be put into one of 4 project categories, right? And there's some projects that are considered above the line and below the line, right? So my question is, where does the repair or replacement of the main roof for the Performing Arts Center fit in? Wasn't that project once listed above the line? And if so, why is it now showing up below the line? And speaking of the PAC and capital improvements, wasn't Sterling Ventures required to repair the parking lot of the Performing Arts Center? What happened to that? So these are questions that hopefully someone can address tonight. because if you recall, the citizens of Oxnard showed up in force to save the PAC. So obviously we didn't save it so that it could be neglected, or because there is the perception that it's being neglected. So if possible, I'd like somebody to address those concerns. Although I am glad to see that La Colonia Boxing Club is listed above the line, because as you know, La Colonia Boxing Club is dear to my heart, but so is the Performing Arts Center. So if someone could please address my concerns, I would really appreciate it. And Mayor Zaragoza, next time you give dancing lessons, please let me know. I would love to sign up.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you for
very
that
much.
video, Benny. Okay, Mr. Michael, can answer Mr. Herrera's question.
Sure, yeah, so I just want to make it a little more clarification here. The above the line projects are projects that actually have funding. The category 4 projects are projects that don't have any actual funding. And so the Performing Arts Center question is one that came up in the PWTC meeting. And so we went back and looked at a few things about some of the improvements or maintenance that we've done in the Performing Arts Center. And so we went back just the last couple of years and took a look at some of the maintenance projects. And so I have on a list here that we've done alarm work, HVAC work, plumbing work, sewer line repairs, concrete work, drywall finishes and lighting, material abatement, concrete joint repairs, jetting of utility lines, fire suppression improvements, and major plumbing repairs at the Performing Arts Center in the last 2 years. We also have 3 capital projects for the PAC. We did a seismic study tier 1 that's been completed. We have budgeted a seismic study, which is a tier 2 study in the RFP, in the CIP. It's in the RFP stage, so we actually have a CIP project for the PAC for seismic analysis tier 2. That's about a $200,000 budget. And we just finished about $1 million worth of roof repairs for the PAC. So earlier, I think it was late last year, the council approved a construction project to do the roof repairs in the Ventura room and the Oxnard room. I know the question was about the main PAC, but we have been doing those repairs on the roofs in the Ventura room, the Oxnard room. Those are done. And that was about $975,000 worth of work. So,
And also the flooring too, in
so we are working with a temporary flooring in some of the areas so that the vents can continue to go on. So that's actually being actively worked on by our facility staff. It's not a capital project because it doesn't rise to that level, but it's a maintenance project.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so then any additional speakers on this item?
Mayor Zaragoza, there's no additional speakers.
Okay, then we have Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Wolf, this is just kind of more of an observation than anything else, but in ordinary times when we wouldn't have the resources to do this, we would probably look at a mechanism such as bonding to develop revenue to do that. But because of a variety of issues that are occurring right now, we're told by our bond counsel that we're not a good candidate for bonding. And so that really limits us on the availability of projects, what we can do and what we can't do based upon how much financial resources are available. So, I mean, in a perfect world, and it would be similar to buying a house. You know, when you go out to buy a house, you put a down payment down, you get a loan for the rest of it, and you pay it off over 10, 15, 20, 30 years, you amortize it. Essentially, that's the same way a bond would work for doing capital improvement programs or projects, but that's not available to us at this point in time. So we've had to refigure this whole system as a city to try and be as efficient and cost-effective as possible and do what we can, but knowing that we just can't do everything, and that's why we have to prioritize it and why we've done it this way. And I don't, I'm sorry, what was that?
No, somebody coughed over.
Oh.
Somebody coughed over.
Okay. So sometimes I don't think people realize that we have to consider a bunch of factors. Would that be a fairly accurate statement?
That is correct. In fact, that's one of the reasons why we drove towards these categories discussion, because of that, because of the bond litigation. A lot of the projects that are on Category 4 would be projects that would typically be funded through a bond process that allows for future generations to enjoy those same projects. And so that's not the reason, but one of the reasons why we have this now set up in those categories for that conversation.
Thank you, Councilor Perrello.
Mayor, if there are no more public speakers, the hearing is still open.
Okay, let me close it. Any additional public speakers this item?
Mayor Zaragoza, no.
Then I'm going to close the public hearing. Okay, go ahead, Councilor Perrello. Thank you.
Number one, I would like to thank Mr. Herrera for speaking up. A city of almost 250,000 people, and we have one comment. Thank you, Mr. Herrera, for speaking up and asking your questions. I do recall when this place was full because the people were trying to save the pack, but the people that were very passionate with that, they weren't paying attention to the sewer department was falling down around its ears, and there were higher priorities. I think that the responses that our public works director has given can be improved a bit by our city manager weighing in here. If we had a bond and we were to do some project, what would a cost to the city of Oxnard be for a year of bond payment versus a cash payment? Pick any project you want. Use an example to inform maybe Mr. Herrera and the other people. Please.
Mr. City Manager.
Well, like the Mayor Pro Tem said, it's similar to just buying a house. So it'd just be whatever if you're doing it for 10, 20, or plus 30 years, so just divide the payments and include interest, but it'd be a fraction of it, of what we're paying up front in all cash.
Okay. Good. And thank you also, I would just want to thank you for putting the Carnegie Museum there, for seismic work and other works, and I had the opportunity to visit the Carnegie the other day, and I can share with the public that those paintings are really in good condition, and also the prints are in really good condition, and it's just I just wanted to share that. Thank you for that. Okay, so anyway, Councilman Basua.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and take this all the way from the top and kind of give my comments as I go down. So Category 1, above the line projects. And again, I just want to reiterate, the staff report was very well written. Thank you for the spreadsheets. Very easy to read. And also I saw the way that you started categorizing these as far as health and safety, and then Category 2 was council priorities. So with that said, above the line projects, most of them are unfunded at this time. They are projects that the council does have a priority for them, but unfortunately there is no funding that you have allocated at this time. Park open spaces, still within the same category. Number 14, playground replacement. It says replacement of 6 to 7 aging and damaged playgrounds, and it has no funding. But if you go to item number 20, Pleasant Valley Park Playground, it calls it out specifically. Is there a reason why number 20 and number 14 are in different categories?
They're in the same category. They're in parks and open spaces. So they're.
I'm sorry, but they're in different lines.
Correct. And so some of these we inherited as projects. And so the project was already created in the old CIP. So we carried those projects forward based on the title. We have some consistency needs to happen for staff tracking, for funding tracking. So unfortunately, I can't speak to why maybe 4 or 5 years ago those were separated out, but they are tracked now as separate projects. They fundamentally do the same thing, park playground replacement projects. It's not uncommon to have a general parks playground replacement project because as safety issues may come up, we want to be able to use those funds to make those repairs or do those capital projects. So it's not uncommon to have a general project like that and then have some very specific projects that may have a different funding source. I just wanted to also point out that both projects actually have funds. They're just previously approved funds. So if you look at there's a column that's called previous. Right, so the park's playground replacement has $4.1 million of funding. And the Pleasant Valley Park has $600,000. So those are already approved. And so those funds do not have to be asked for because they were already previously approved by council.
Okay, so are we determining whether or not those projects will be moved up to fiscal year 24, 25, 25, 26?
No, those anything in category one is already above the line. Those are projects already being worked on.
Okay. So I will go ahead. I wanted to make sure I got clarification on that. And I think what happened on why they're separate, the Pleasant Valley Playground, which is within my district, I think has been on the CIP for a very long time. And maybe the other ones were added later. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't supposed to be in that category. Below the category 2, below the line projects, let's see here. So these are also, these also have previous. So all these have been funded.
That's correct. So these are projects that the council, either this council or previous councils already approved. They already have funds. That discussion that occurred 2 Februarys ago was, these are important projects and they're not being taken off the list. They're just not being prioritized from a workflow standpoint right now.
Okay. New projects with identifying, funding, category 3. The South Oxnard Library remediation. You've allocated some funding here, and that is for remediation due to water damage and skylights due to issues back in 2009.
That's correct. And that, if you notice the little asterisk there, the very far right, it says general fund, but it's actually, it is general fund, but it's settlement dollars within the general fund.
Okay. Okay, and I'm going to category 4. Under staff recommendations to leave unfunded. I would like to see the South Oxnard Center lighting, which is part of the library. It says the perimeter parking lot is designed with 15-foot high light standards. 510 light standards are missing and are not operational, and the remaining 5 cannot be replaced due to rust damage to the support plates. The concrete pedestals need to be removed and replaced with new to support new lighting standards. So if you're in this area and you're familiar with this area, that is so true. The lighting doesn't work. They're broken. They cannot replace it anymore. To me, this is a safety issue that needs to be brought up to our #1 priority. And I would like to, it's under buildings, and I would like to see that be moved up as a priority.
Okay.
And those are my comments.
Thank you. Okay, Councilman Teran, you have any additional comments?
Just a quick thing for Councilwoman Basua. I looked back on my emails because it was striking my memory, and I may be directly or indirectly responsible or involved in Pleasant Valley Park ending up in the CIP from 2019. So we, at the request of the Neighborhood Council, as a Parks and Rec Commissioner, myself and then Commissioner Guerra went out and assessed the park, wrote up a report, and from that point, I believe city staff placed it on the CIP back then. So there you go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Perrella. Any additional comments before we vote on this item?
Yes, question on the South Ox, go ahead.
No.
Public Works Director.
I would hope that we.
You want to go ahead and answer?
But I think we need to talk about all the projects first, and then I can have a conversation
Okay, go ahead.
about what that means to us, staff.
With respect to the South Oxnard Library and the settlement, the Viola Construction got a contract to do it. There was a problem with the windows. There was a lawsuit, and there's apparently some money left over. The settlement was to improve or fix the windows. Is there any opportunity to go after the people that apparently fixed the defective windows, and now there's apparently some more defects? Can we recover anything to assist in the repair of this?
That's going to be a conversation we'll have with the city attorney's office. There's obviously some statutes of limitations for certain things, but if we're within those limits, we would certainly be communicating with the city attorney's office on that.
Okay, and the reason I bring it up, if we find a contractor that's having more than one problem and there's a continuing ongoing, I suggest we look very closely if we do business with them anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Valenzuela?
Yes, and I believe I've had this conversation like briefly with Director Wolf and our city engineer, Mr. Kessler, about Barb Road and like lighting. And I know you've gave your reasonings for like the fluorescent levels, the level of lighting on that road. So I kind of have to echo some of the thoughts that Councilmember Basu had brought up about the South Oxnard Center lighting, because that does border there on Bard Road. So thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments there, Michael?
Yeah, just a couple more. If there's no more project-specific comments, I just want to.
Go ahead.
So the way staff would recommend this is, right now, that project is not one of the 13 that are proposed to be listed in category 4. So the conversation that we would like to see from the council would be, where would you like that project to be put on that list? Number 1, number 14, where would that land on the priority list, so that when we do identify through the operating budget how much funding is available, do we get to that project?
Steve, do we need a motion to move this item from 14 to?
Well, what they're seeking is clear direction. So to the extent you need that formality to gain consensus amongst yourselves, then a motion would be appropriate.
So on the staff report here, can you direct us, existing project, to the third, I think I found him. Okay. Category 4.
So yeah, just a suggestion, if you looked at the recommendation section and you looked at number 4, where it says approve the project prioritization list in categories 3 and 4, if the motion included to amend that to have the project that Councilwoman Basu was talking about to be one of those.
I will make a motion to move the project of the lighting in the South Center Library to be number 1. The projects that are currently being requested are street surfacing, alley surfacing, seawalls, equipment replacement, gym improvements, ERP, pedestrian safety enhancements, maintenance citywide, public restrooms, traffic, and campus. Because most of these lights are not currently working, I do think it's a safety issue for the community, and I would ask that it be placed as number 1.
Do we need a second on that?
Second.
Second by Valenzuela. A discussion? Go ahead.
Do we have any, no disrespect to my fellow councilwoman, do we have any verification the lights are not working?
We don't have any recent verification. This is a project that's been in the CIP 2 years ago, so we're using that information from 2 years ago.
Okay, the second question, I think the most important question, if we bump a project up, are we making a decision which gets bumped down? If I'm number 15 in line and now I go to number 16, who's number 15 that's going to get bumped to 16, or
do
number
we add
3?
it?
And I hope I'm clearly explaining that.
So the
because I
way-
think that's important.
The
for all
way I
work
heard the way I heard the motion is that the motion, the person making the motion, the council member making the motion wanted to put it at number 1. So that, in my mind, would mean that everybody would move down one spot.
One spot, all the
And
way.
so that means that project that was number
13, 14,
15.
15, yeah.
Sports
Oh,
Park
sorry.
now becomes number 16. Now, if you look, oh wait, no, I'm sorry. Wrong category.
Yeah, there's 13 on the
13.
list.
13. So Campus Park Phase 2, which is 13, would now become 14.
Right.
If you look, that $500,000 in green, if that is no longer available, then that means no longer available from the operating budget side of the house, that means that project does not get funded. Because now we're
Agreed.
funding $600,000 potentially for the lighting project.
It
Is that
is,
what
But
it
that
is?
doesn't mean permanently, it just means in this upcoming year.
right.
Oh, okay,
So
so for
everything
this year
slides
only.
down one slot.
Okay, so are we,
What is number 1 currently?
Oh, number 1 right now, and the category 4 is streets resurfacing.
Beg your pardon?
Street resurfacing.
Street resurfacing.
Street resurfacing. So potentially, this could be some neighborhood that's waited for multiple decades to get their streets fixed, and they would be now just simply moving down one spot?
Correct. Again, that's why I understand the motion to be. So we can use some exact numbers here. So the library project is a $600,000 project. So that would be now category 4, number 1. And if we only had $600,000 that is identified in the operating budget, that would be the only project that gets funded on this list. And if we have $10 million, we would get down to project number 2, which is the resurfacing project. If we had another $7 more million, we would get down to number 3. So the way this would work is however much funding is identified in the operating side of the house, that's how far down the list that
all the
we
way
go
down to the end?
in that order. So what's being requested right now is to put a project at the very top, the $600,000 project at the top, so you can start seeing that as you go down that list, you may not get to the very bottom of that list.
Do we have an idea of which districts and which council members' districts would possibly be bumped? Say, like the common phrase, cuts would be given to a specific individual district at the detriment of other districts?
It would be 3, wouldn't it?
So staff does not put council districts into the categorization,
I
right?
understand, it's extremely touchy.
Right.
That's.
However, to answer your question, if you looked at category 4, the last one on the list that staff is recommending to be funded is called Campus Park Phase 2 Urban Greening. It's $500,000. So if we have just enough money to fund all 13 projects and we're adding a $600,000 project at the top, that means we will not get down to the Campus Park project.
This year?
Right,
This year.
but
This
we
year.
do have the opportunity, just want to make sure, we have the opportunity to move that 13 to, I'm just making up a number here, a 13 to 7 and bring 7. So if we don't have the funding, so for example, 7 is the ERP. We're asking for almost $5 million, more than $5 million to fund that. And that is all
The
coming
ERP.
from general fund, so maybe we take 600,000 from there.
From the ERP?
I beg your pardon. Sorry
Go
for going out
ahead.
of order.
No, go ahead.
Okay, I disagree strongly on this. The ERP is a bill of goods that the city
I'm
council.
just making a suggestion.
Well,
It's not a.
I just want to go on
Yeah.
the ERP. A bill of goods the city of Oxnard bought to save us time, money, and effort, so we can do a good job for the residents. I don't want to start nickel and dime that to help something else out.
No,
The
but-
campus park, I could do with, it's not my district, it's Mayor Pro Tem's district. I know, and
But
so
that was just
so
an
the issue
example.
is not putting one against another. That's one of the issues that goes with council districts. But I
But,
just want to make sure that whatever gets shorted,
Unintended.
people understand, unintended consequences, people
Consequences.
understand what's going on, because a lot of work was put together over a couple of years to put this list together. And I do understand, I don't want to go to the South Oxnard Library, whether it's day or night, and have it unsafe. I totally understand that.
yeah. So that's my main thing. It's health and safety.
Okay.
Okay, so then, go ahead,
I
Michael.
just wanted to respond to the comment, and the comment is actually correct. the example given was to move another project down, but any of these projects can be moved in whatever order the council priority wants to provide.
Well, in other words, it doesn't have to be 13, 14, whatever the council agrees on. But, Mr. City Manager?
Can I just say, so first of all, we're not making choices here about what to cut. We're in a very unusual scenario this year. We have some room here. Unless there are other projects that people are looking to move around, so we should get through that first. If this is the only one, this is actually quite easy for us to do.
Oh, to go, okay.
And recall, when we get to the budget later, we did keep a sizable chunk of money in abeyance for the mid-year. Mm-hmm. So on the one hand, if this is the one we're doing, and the rationale for it makes complete sense to me. So it's not, I don't think this should be viewed as district versus district. If this is the one we're discussing, we have plenty of room for this.
To work with it.
It still comes down to staff capacity in terms of how fast we get to all of these. But for this amount of money, we'll be okay. And again, you've got in the budget proposal a good chunk of money that we're recommending you hold in abeyance until the mid-year budget. So we would be okay unless there are other projects people are proposing to move around.
Okay, and any additional, Councilman Turan?
Thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate the discussion and looking at adding the lighting project to item 1 in category 4. If everything moved down, Campus Park, which is adjacent to District 4 but in District 2, would be moved down. Note that for folks who are following along on the spreadsheet, the CIP is a 2-year CIP. In the coming fiscal year, there is no identified funding for Campus Park, but we have the $500,000 for the following fiscal year in 25-26. And I certainly am not opposed to prioritizing lighting that has been out for at least 2 years. That's certainly the safety-oriented and right thing to do, but also there's an equity thing that rises to priority for me in that. I have a couple questions about it, Mr. Wolf. We already answered one of them about anticipated costs, which it sounded like it's about $600,000 for the lighting. Is that correct?
That is the estimate that we currently have in this document.
And looking at what we talked about earlier with staff capacity, this type of project, what type of management or design or number of moving parts, is this a fairly simple project we could pull off, or is it medium? Is it difficult? What does this look like for this type of project?
Just based on the information that I have in front of me, I'm going to say it's on the lower end of the complexity. It's an existing facility, it's existing lighting. It really comes down to just assigning somebody who can walk that through the right process. And so unless it's adding a complete electrical system, unless it needs a whole bunch of upgrades, this would be, again, at face value, on the lower end of the complexity.
Okay, that's helpful for me to know that this is not going to add a major workload to staff if this were to move forward, but also that it's attainable in a fairly reasonable amount of effort and time given our current CIP. Again, noting that Campus Park Phase 2 urban greening is anticipated to have $500,000 allocated in the fiscal year after the one that's just upon us. I would be comfortable supporting this if there's assurance that Campus Park's not dropping down to being unfunded, or we're rolling the dice on that maybe it'll be funded, maybe it won't. I do hope that the public who have been waiting a couple decades for Campus Park have assurance that we still have the ability to move forward with what resources we have in front of us now.
And Councilmember, just before you answer, I know that the city manager has said we could work with it. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I think Councilmember Turan is making a very good clarification, which I think is important. So we have 3 phases of the Campus Park project: Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3. Mm-hmm. So what we're talking about on Category 4 is Phase 2, not Phase 1. Phase 1 has funding. Phase 1 actually has a design that's complete. If you remember, I want to say it was January of this year, but maybe February of this year, we brought forward to council a recommendation to go after additional grant funds for phase one. So that project, technically, we've extended the timeline a little bit because we, at the council's direction, staff's recommendation, we think it's important enough to go after those dollars, which would extend that time period a little bit. And so right now, Campus Park Phase 1 has a funding gap, as we expressed in that January or February meeting. And so Campus 1 project is waiting to see what potentially would come from those funds. That's what's driving that project, not necessarily the funding that's being talked about tonight.
Sure, thank you. And just along those lines too, when we look at the funding sources for Campus Park, we talked about Durley Park earlier this evening. These are largely grant funded from the state. Do we have deadlines or timelines attached to those that we need to factor into these discussions?
Correct, and that's actually put into the staff report as well. When you start looking at how we prioritize or how staff makes a recommendation for prioritization, it also has to have a look or lens based on the funding source and whether or not that funding source has an expiration timeframe.
Okay, and do you feel comfortable, Mr. Wolf and Mr. Kessler, where we are with Campus Park in this discussion, that phase 1 is certainly completed through the design phase, but we are awaiting word on the federal grant that we had applied for before next steps, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and then with this phase 2, this isn't necessarily going away, this is just, we're adding something to the list, which is a very important item, and this will be placed on year 2 of the 2-year CIP, correct?
That's correct, and I think that, I don't want to speak for the city manager, but I think his comment was in 30 minutes or so, you can have that conversation about whether those funds are actually available, and you can actually fund phase 2 at Campus Park when you talk about the operating budget. So,
okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Valenzuela.
Yes. So I guess another item I wanted to actually talk about, I'm not sure if this would be a good question for the police chief, but I did have a conversation with some staff in regards to the police department's, was it public safety restroom and locker room renovation? I can't remember, Chief, when we spoke, did you say that the water had to be shut off to the building recently due to some infrastructure issues?
Good evening, Councilmember Valenzuela. Yes, at the time, our water at our building was shut off because of a pipe failure.
Does that happen often for the police department?
Not to that extreme, but we do have problems. The building was built in 1977, and so it's got the original piping there, so it can be expected.
All right, and then I guess when that happened, how long was the water shut off for the restroom?
I believe it was 3 or 4 days total.
All right, thank you. I guess for me, that kind of falls also under a health and safety issue for our employees. I know if a school shuts down without any form of water, like they have to shut down, but and then we have our employees here like that that don't have water access to their building. Is it possible that we can move to add this item onto category 4, but probably between 10 and 11, or between 11 and 12, between the bridge maintenance citywide and the public restroom improvements, or above the traffic signal modernization?
So if I can get a very specific line item, if you can maybe use the page numbers in the category 4 CIP or the agenda page numbers, if you could tell me which project specifically we're talking about.
Yes, on category 4 unfunded projects.
What category?
Buildings. Oh, 413, my apologies. 413, and it is number 10 on buildings, I believe, with a estimated budget of like $975,000.
So again, that's a conversation for the council to have in terms of whether or not that's a priority project. Now, I will say, and I didn't mention this in the introduction, but it's in the Measure M video and the staff report, we've left a little bit of capacity, staff capacity, to talk about or to be able to address Quimby Fund projects. And so we are actually paralleling this path in terms of the capital project development. We are paralleling this path with the Quimby conversation with several communities that have Quimby funds. And so the projects that you see today aren't necessarily, meaning we're going to fold back in those Quimby conversations into this discussion so that we've left a little bit of staff capacity to bring on and take on and move forward those Quimby projects. So if we're talking about one project, it's not necessarily a staff workload, but we start talking about 2 or 3 projects moving up the list, I think we now have to start talking about something that has to come off the list from a workload standpoint and not a dollar. It's no longer a dollar conversation just based on what the city manager said, if we're sticking within a certain range of funds that are available, but now it becomes a workload conversation.
Can this item be brought for the next fiscal year then? The particular item that the council.
So we are approving the staff's recommendation as it was 2 years ago. We are approving a 2-year CIP. So this would be the opportunity to identify the next 2-year projects that we should be working on.
So, go ahead.
So thank you for all that information. Chief Benitez, I do have a question. Our police department is extremely important to us, but I see on the staff recommendation, you have extensive projects on here. Police department headquarters relocate dispatch center, new lockers and wellness room, renovation of the lobby area. All this really requires a lot of planning, right? Even if we were to move it up, we probably would be looking at about a year and a half for anything to kind of start, because I see that even with the plumbing, which I would like to see the entire plumbing redone at the police department, you still have a lot of space planning to do. So I'm kind of wondering if it's even effective to do the plumbing without really having an idea of what the station's going to look like and phase it out in repairs.
I see what you're saying. I would probably leave that to the hands of an expert to make that determination, but common sense goes along with what you're saying.
Okay. So I think that, I think it's really important to have, especially our firefighters and our police officers, they spend a lot of time here. So I would like to see a big scope with this. And maybe we can put it in year 2, year 1, where we start planning what the new police station should look like.
For the entire.
Because I'm not sure that you have enough room for new and I don't know what the police layout is, whether or not you're gonna have enough room in there to bring in the new lockers, everything that you need in order to bring the department to a new era.
There's a number of things that need to happen in order to create that space within the existing headquarters building. So that's the alternative to reconstructing a new police station, which is several times more. We're working in phases to move personnel from one location to another, which would create other workable spaces that we can, in fact, have a new locker room or have a new location for our dispatch center. And we don't know exactly what that looks like specifically at this time, but the concepts are there.
Okay, so maybe, before we go moving everything around, why not put some money into the CIP for a vision?
So, but I think Michael said something important. If we do this, then we're actually going to have to eliminate a project someplace. Is that correct?
Well, it depends on how far we're going to go down this path. So the project I think that Councilmember Valenzuela mentioned is the sewer infrastructure improvement project. It's not necessarily the tenant improvements that are also enumerated on the list. And so if the request is to move up a utility improvement project, I would say, and I'm going to look at Morgan because his team is going to be the one that has to do this. I would say that it's likely that we could add that project and not really have to have a conversation about taking something off. I just didn't know how far down this path we wanted to go. Because if we want starting to add a lot of the other tenant improvement projects that are on the list, that certainly is a longer conversation about workload.
Right, but my thought process here was more about, we talked about the plumbing, about having to shut down for the water. Was that an internal thing? Was it external? Was it our sewer? Was it our piping? Do we have Band-Aids on the entire pipes? And we have claps everywhere? If we're gonna start opening walls, I just wanna make sure that the chief, I don't wanna do it again, is what I'm saying. I don't wanna come back and say, oh, we did the replumbing, well, guess what, we're gonna do it again, because now we're adding bathrooms to the facilities.
Yeah, in
So
this
that was
case-
my only intent.
Yeah, in this case, I believe it was a gray water pipe. It broke. It was an old pipe. It broke, and it required some extensive repair. Required us to turn the water off in the building, at least half the building, for about 3 or 4 days. It's probably been the biggest disruption in terms of plumbing. But with that said, plumbing problems are common at that building given its age and condition.
Okay.
Okay, an additional, go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, I'll also add that unfortunately, plumbing problems are abundant in a lot of city facilities, unfortunately, because of the age. So I think to Councilwoman Basua's point, if this project was moved up on the list and we were able to take it on from a workload standpoint, we would make the decision not to do items that would have to be undone by future projects. And so if the concern is that we would not be doing it in a sequence of events that makes sense, we would.
Okay.
So to the extent that's, for discussion purposes, let's just say we would just upgrade all the outside sewer line and not the inside, if that next step is to do tenant improvements inside.
And then do the rest of
I
it.
think that's what you're suggesting. Okay.
Before we go to Ron, go ahead,
Yeah, no,
Mr. City
I'd just
Manager.
like to remind the council, so it is obviously the council's role to make these choices. I just want to remind you, in our current circumstance, moving something around, if that's what is the pleasure of the council, doesn't mean eliminating anything. It just means some things will be deferred. But this is not a discussion about cutting something out altogether. Thank you.
Okay, any additional comments before we continue, to Ron?
Thank you, Mayor. And Councilwoman Basua can kind of correct me if I'm misinterpreting her line of thought or pathway on this. But it seems to me that looking at the number of infrastructure and building items that the police department has on the Category 4 buildings unfunded list, there's quite a few items that are worthwhile items, but it seems that they're also the type of items you can't really piecemeal and do this but not that. And I think that what you're looking at, Councilwoman Basua, is when you mention a vision or a scope, what's the big picture that if we were to have the whole police headquarters as a CIP project, how do we tackle that? What's the total cost for that? How do we address that as a whole, rather than do pipes on one side of the building now and then 2 years from now do the other pipes, or do the outside and move the locker room versus move the dispatch? And so is that kind of what you're getting at there as far as a more comprehensive vision for this?
Yeah, there's a lot here for the police department, and I'm sure it's all it's very well written, and it really does tell a story of the infrastructure needs within the police department. And it's really talking about creating more space. I just want to make sure that the space that they currently have, we're not adding footprint. If we've got to bring in additional plumbing, bathrooms, I think it's a great vision. It's just everywhere.
And I would say that, again, playing this out a little bit further, knowing that as you look down the list, there's quite a bit of tenant improvements. If we were to take on the sewer line project, we would obviously look forward and say, hey, by the way, when it gets funded, these types of improvements are going to happen inside. We wouldn't obviously put a sewer line that's not going to be able to support that.
It's a major project, yeah. Okay, let me go ahead and continue. Let me see, we have Councilor Peralta, one more before we continue.
Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate the conversation. I appreciate Councilman Valenzuela bringing the item up. Is there not a general maintenance department budget that we have for the maintenance of these
CIP.
potential sewer thing? Because another underlying thing, I've been here for a while, and I do know that I see some of the officers here, it's been well known, this particular police department building is sinking into the ground. It's not a surprise.
The floor.
Correct?
I think
somebody
so.
else would have to speak to that.
I mean, I
I've
believe,
not
Mayor,
been made aware of that
you've
until
heard
right
that,
now.
Yeah, I think it's the second floor, but, right, Chief?
that you can go to
I
a certain
think there's
room and you
no-
can feel the things roll across the table because the level of the building is
You're
not.
confusing some issues. The second floor.
The second floor, yeah.
Sagged. and had to
Exactly
be
right. It's the second
rebolstered
floor
by
that was.
Cables, because the cement that we used in it originally was defective. The first floor is fine,
Okay.
but
Yeah, that's-
if there's a big earthquake, I wouldn't want to be in that building right now.
Right, Chief, it's the second floor that we're talking about.
Okay, well, then that's
It's another set of issues.
clarification, appreciate it.
It's another issue.
It is another set of issues.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's go back now. We have a first by Council Besua, second by Valenzuela.
Excuse me,
on the
Mayor
item.
Zaragoza. I would just like to inform you that we do have a public speaker.
Oh, we do.
A virtual public speaker. However, the portion of the public testimony of this public hearing
It's
is
been-
closed.
It's been closed, yeah, so we're closed then. So we do have a motion then. I'm sorry, go ahead, Mike.
So my understanding, the motion on the table right now is Councilwoman Basua's motion. It does not incorporate anything that Councilmember Valenzuela has asked
No.
about. So I just want to make sure right now, that's what I'm hearing.
Can I just clarify one thing? I think the police department, and there's so much stuff here for police department. They're not numbered. Okay, it says Police Department Headquarters, Public Safety Restrooms, and locker renovation.
Correct, and then we have that as an estimate of 975,000.
Okay. So the facility is over 40 years old, and sewer lines and plumbing infrastructure are at the end of their serviceable life. Cost for failing fixtures and clogged floor drains. Remodel work will require layout changes and updates to serve public safety personnel. So I want to find where we're talking about exterior. Is that what we're talking about on that line item?
No, you read it correctly. And so again, back to the conversation of if there are future tenant improvements that would change that layout, we would have to wait on those utility repair improvements until those tenant improvements are done. So we can do utility repair improvements to the extent that we have to wait for those other projects to happen in the future.
Okay. So we're going back to the motion by Basua, second by Valenzuela regarding the initial conversation over in.
So my initial motion, Mayor, was to put
move.
some money in the CIP in order to allow our police department to do some future planning.
Is that, no, I thought,
But,
no.
well, that was,
Well, I don't think
I guess we're doing two different things.
Yeah.
My first motion is to move up the South
Yeah, that's what we're
Oxnard
talking about
Library lighting to number one.
yes, yeah, that's what we're talking, and then we're not, no further discussion on Valenzuela's.
My understanding, Mayor, was that the Public Works Director wanted to find out how many other motions were going to be placed before we voted on it, one at a time. Am I incorrect?
The way that motions get stacked would be maybe a city attorney's office conversation. But again, my understanding of the motion on the table right now is only for one project
That's right.
moving.
That's how we
the
started out.
South Oxnard Library.
We made a motion, the first and the
So,
second, and then it was discussion, and then that was later brought in, which was no longer under discussion.
Unless there are other projects,
And
correct?
Exactly right.
Can
So
we
that's
have the
what we
clerk
voted, right?
repeat the motion?
My motion, once again,
Go
is
ahead.
to move the South Oxnard Library to priority number one on
That's right.
category list 4.
And it was second by Valenzuela, correct? Okay, please vote.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I just make a quick commentary. So first of all, thank you for the discussion on the CIP. We wanted to do it this way this year so that it made sense with the budget. But I just want to share with you, I was just earlier today, I was reading some related staff reports from 2000 and 2001. And there's a report, I wish I'd brought it over here so I could quote it verbatim, but in a 2001 report, at that time, the city council complained that they didn't have input in the CIP. So I hope you enjoyed it tonight. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Valenzuela, you have any additional comments?
Oh, I was going to ask, am I allowed to make a motion then regarding the restroom, or was that already all settled with the first one with the South Oxnard Lighting Center? Am I still able to make a motion to add the public restrooms to the CIP item 4, or no, category 4? Or no?
But we're past that.
Okay.
No,
Okay, motion, go ahead.
would you
No, wait, hold on. Just to be clear, we weren't asking for separate motions. We're just wanting to hear what projects.
That's right.
Not motions, projects.
That's right.
Ask the question, were we supposed to put them collective, or are they individual? And I believe the public works said the city attorney would address it if there's a motion on the floor.
Right, okay.
So does that preclude this gentleman having a motion?
So I thought I heard that
That's right.
that one of the things the director wanted to hear was just how many items to be moved around there were.
That's what I understand, yeah.
So there was not any closing of the door on any other.
Exactly right.
Thank you.
Asking for things to be moved.
So I can make a motion, correct?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Can I move sorry, let me get this right here. Can I move to add the police department headquarters, public safety restroom, and locker room renovation, or actually, let me put it, can I move to add the police department headquarters, public safety restroom, that itself, up into category 4, between between public restroom improvements and traffic signal modernization. That way, we can at least work on the sewage for this if we don't have to. And hopefully that doesn't affect with any other part of the locker room area, but if that would save on any interior issues, just the infrastructure itself.
Councilmember Valenzuela, would you be willing to amend that motion and just start out with the comprehensive assessment and have that be on the CIP? And then we can come back at any point.
Yes.
Let's clarify that again. Go ahead.
Is there a limitation to the amount of money that we spent on the comprehensive?
I think that's going to be really up to our Public Works
future?
Department to bring that back to us.
So go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead, Michael.
So in the staff report, we do mention that we're going to bring the collective CIP back to council. So at that time, we can introduce the cost or the estimated cost for that, because it's not something we're prepared to have a conversation about right now in terms of what that would cost.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So there's a motion by Valenzuela.
Councilmember Valenzuela, may I please ask you to repeat your motion?
Councilmember Sua, can you repeat what you stated? I think it was for a comprehensive review.
I think it was more of a direction than anything else to.
More of a direction.
Yeah, to have our Public Works Department bring back a cost for an assessment
For
on
the
our
final
police department.
budget.
So if I may interject, though, if we're looking at a comprehensive proposal with regards to the police department, it's not going to be in the vacuum of just this downtown headquarters. Remember, we have a new building down on the south end. That's all of that comes into play. So it isn't just trying to squeeze everything into this current footprint. There's a lot of moving and figuring out which divisions will be down there. So it's a little bit bigger than that, which is great news, I'm sure, for the chief. Gets him all, he's excited.
Well, now I'm excited.
Yes.
Because
So that kind of visioning would not be in a vacuum of the singular building. There will be two other buildings,
So would
including the annex.
Okay, so can I make a motion that we allow some money in order to have this vision of what our police departments and other areas will look like?
Okay, that's the first. Okay, we need a
Second.
second. Second by Valenzuela. Okay, please vote. Oh. You're good? Okay.
Motion carries 7-0.
We're going to coin that the OPD Vision Quest.
Go ahead, Michael.
So, Mr. Mayor, can I just get a clarification from the city attorney? There are 5 recommended actions. I think we really were focused in on number 4. So I'm going to guess that we actually have to get a motion for the other ones excluding the public hearing. Mr. Fisher, does that sound right?
Or I thought staff's recommendation was
What I heard the motions to be was very specific to category 4. And so there are other recommended action items that are enumerated in the staff report.
Councilman Tran.
Yes, that's exactly what I was hoping to get to after it seemed like discussion was, had run its course on moving things around, adding things, is looking at the recommendation from the agenda items 1, 2, 3, well, 4 and 5, but we've given direction, formal direction on things for category 4.
You're right.
And at this point, if there's no further discussion, I, as an individual council member, in reviewing the other categories and the other projects, after some conversation with Public Works too about this, I am comfortable with the projects and priority lists that they have put forward, and I'm willing to recommend, or excuse me, make a motion for the balance of the recommendations that staff has before us.
That's the first. Okay, need a second?
Second.
Second by Madrigal. Please vote. You're good now? Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald?
Did you vote? Brian, did you vote? Oh, he said he voted. Oh, there it is.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, Michael, you're good?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Okay, our second item is,
Excuse me, Mayor, can we have a 5-minute break, please?
okay,
Thank you.
5-minute break. Okay, we're back from recess, and now this is time and place for a public hearing on L2. Subject is fiscal year 24-25 resolution to levy assessments on the Mandalay Beach Maintenance District. The recommendation of City Council acting as a legislative body to the Mandalay Beach Maintenance District. One, hold a public hearing to receive public testimony regarding the proposed fiscal year 24-25 assessment to the Mandalay Beach Maintenance District, and to adopt a resolution to levy the special tax assessment for fiscal year 24-25 within the Mandalay Beach Maintenance District. We'll start off with the city clerk's certification, publication, and any written communications of any. Madam Clerk.
Mayor Zaragoza, there was a legal notice for this public hearing published in the Vida newspaper on May 23rd, 2024. The city clerk's office has not received written communications on this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do any council members have any ex parte communications or other disclosures regarding this matter to state for the record? Members, summarize any ex parte contacts that you make or other disclosures. Start off with Valenzuela.
No.
None.
None.
None?
None.
None.
None. Okay, then members of the public are invited to sign up to speak on this item. And on the city's website, any person who did not sign up now may do so by submitting a speaker card or following the instructions posted on the agenda for this meeting at the city's website, oxnard.org/city meetings. The interim special district manager, Anthony Miller, posted a video presentation regarding this item, and staff are available to answer any questions, clarifying questions council members may have before we take any public testimony. The council will deliberate after the public hearing has been closed. Do any council members have any questions at this time? Council members? Okay, if not, I'm going to open the public hearing. Do we have any speakers on this item, Madam Clerk?
Mayor Zaragoza, we do not have any public speakers for this public hearing.
Okay. Okay, so then we are, and let me see. So we have no additional speakers, and I'm going to close the public hearing. Do any council members have any additional comments on this item?
If there's no additional comments, I would move the recommended action.
Okay, we got a first.
Second.
First by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Councilman Perillo. Please vote.
Thank you. Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Thank you. Okay, our next item is item L3. This is a time and place to set a public hearing. Item L3, the Finance Department, subject, public hearing in the fiscal year 24-25 proposed budget. Recommendation of the City Council and Oxnard Housing Board conduct a public hearing on fiscal year 24-25 proposed budget for the City of Oxnard and Oxnard Housing Authority, and provide staff direction regarding any adjustments to the proposed budget in preparation for the budget adoption on June 18, 2024. We start out with the city clerk's certification and publication. Any written communications? Any? Madam Clerk?
Mayor Zaragoza, there was a legal notice for this public hearing published in the Vida newspaper on May 23rd, 2024. The city clerk's office has not received written communications on this item.
Okay, so thank you, Madam Clerk. Public were invited to sign up to speak on this item on the city website. Any person who did not sign up may do so now by following the instructions posted on the agenda for the meeting at the city's website, oxnard.org/city meetings. The Finance Department and City Manager's Office staff posted a video presentation regarding this item and are available to answer any questions or brief clarification questions council member may have before we take any public testimony. Council members will deliberate after the public hearing has been closed. Do any council members have any questions at this time? Okay, if not, then I'm going to open the public hearing portion, and speaker have up to 3 minutes to speak on this item. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers? And I notice that you have one individual here by the name of Jackson Piper, is that correct?
Mayor Zaragoza, we did have one public speaker sign up for virtual public comment. However, they have not called in. and we do not have any speakers in person or virtually at this time. We have one now?
We do
We
have
just
one
had
now.
one person dial in.
Okay. let's
Thank
go.
you.
Mhm.
Speaker Brian Rodriguez, please press star 6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I just want to say really briefly, I tried speaking on the CIP. It's related, but just a great discussion. I asked last year for the police department to have some sort of strategic planning, so I'm glad they'll be doing that for at least facilities. So thank you to Councilwoman Basua for kind of leading that, and for Councilmember Valenzuela for seconding that. Additionally, I know the CIP included $500,000 for pedestrian improvements. And so I want to thank staff for including that this year. Pedestrian safety enhancements is what it was called. And so I'm glad to see that finally be included in the budget. I think this year, you've all heard of, some of the very tragic and, difficult, instances of pedestrians and bicyclists being killed in our community. And so I'm glad to see the city finally, adding funding to that. And I know this year there's still no proposed position being added, to kind of address this. And I was looking over the local roadway safety plan, and on page 144, one of the recommendations is actually fiscal and employee resources to sustain efforts. And then the partners were the Public Works Department. I actually don't necessarily think it could be just limited to the Public Works Department. It could also, I've seen one city do it in the fire department. So to make sure some of these projects, have, approval from public safety to make sure that they don't impact response times. I think that's really innovative. But the opportunity is to hire one FTE tasked with coordination, delivery, and evaluation of safety projects. And so maybe not this year, but I hope definitely the council could continue to raise the awareness of bicycle and pedestrian safety, and really continue to allocate more funding for that. I was looking over, just some of the data on some of the people who've been killed this year. And, many of them are over the age of 60. I think the oldest was 76. And so it's definitely still an issue that needs to be addressed in our city. And I hope, the budget is, the place to make sure resources are being allocated towards it. So again, thank you overall. I think this is a great budget. Putting the
30
surplus
seconds.
to employee pensions is a great idea. And, even with all the challenges and constraints, staff is being put on by, litigation, I think they've navigated it very well. So again, thank you. But I hope we continue to fund, pedestrian and bicyclist safety in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, any other speakers on this item, either here or virtually?
Mayor Zaragoza, we do not have any additional speakers for this public hearing.
Okay, then I will close the public hearing. Council members, any items that you'd like to share? Or we have Councilman Valenzuela, Ashley?
Yes, if we can just do some introductory comments, both for myself and the finance team, and try to wrap in your CIP discussion in that as well. Is that okay?
Yes.
Perfect.
Well, hold on, Valenzuela, do you have any quick questions? Okay, go ahead, Ashley.
All right. Well, thank you for opening the public hearing and taking that testimony that we had. And we just thank you for the time that you have put into this budget so far. I want to first thank the finance team. They had a heavy, heavy lift this year with a new online budget. And they really pulled that together well. I think that's a great tool for our community, and I hope that you're all navigating it well as well. But they did an incredible lift, and I would just like to thank the budget team as well as all the directors and staff that have put their time into this budget proposal. So I'm Ashley Golden. I'm the Assistant City Manager, and I just wanted to provide some context for the budget. I'm sure you all watched the very long presentation already, so to distill that down.
Twice.
Thank you for that. And hopefully you had popcorn the second time. But just to distill that down, I just want to highlight some of the items within that presentation. First, that we've overcome a $9.2 million structural deficit that we had 5 years ago. I think that in itself is a tremendous feat. And within that, we withstood the global pandemic. We've had restoration budgets where we've really brought back a lot of services to our community. There's many more that we need to bring back. And we're continuing to make improvements based on your council 5-year priorities, using those as our guiding documents. The video highlighted many, 5 actually impacts that we're really navigating through. And we highlighted the bonding litigation for Mr. Starr. We highlighted the supply chain disruption that we're still having, the competitive labor market, and the political uncertainty, but also the flattening sales tax and the high inflation rate. So we're also working within all those contexts with the budget that we're bringing before you and presenting this evening. But despite all those factors, we're also seeing a surplus. We're projecting a $35 million surplus. And with that, we have recommendations for $20 million towards your long-term liabilities, specifically the pensions. We're also recommending that you increase your reserves from the 13% that you're at now up to the 16.6%, which is your council policy to be at in a couple years, but we're recommending you do that now, as well as leaving $5.5 million for future considerations. That number may change a bit based on the CIP discussion that we had this evening and the projects that you're potentially looking to fund now. In addition to that, just to highlight the increases that we put forward, it's about $11 million from your budget from last year in increases in expenses. That's just under 5% increase. So we are being conservative again because of all those impacts that I discussed in the presentation. And a majority of those increases are really related to things that we can't avoid: inflation, and also utility cost and vehicles. Utility cost alone are increasing over $1 million within your general fund budget, and those aren't things that we are directly in control of. For Measure O, we're following the approved weaning schedule, approximately $1.1 million that would come to the general fund. Recall that the weaning schedule is important because Measure O does end in 2029. That's $20 million in today's dollars that we're planning for that you will not have available at that time. So it's really important to keep that in mind. And then also the capital improvement program is the majority of the spending. Out of that, $23 million is what was programmed before going into the CIP discussion this evening. So again, we'll have that discussion during your deliberation of where to fund those projects from and how much. But one of the things I want to end on before I turn it over to the finance team is just congratulating you on the hard decisions that you made with how we were able to get to a surplus. You made extreme budget cuts during those hard times, and that has led us mainly to the place that we are today to be able to recommend this balanced budget. There is no structural deficit, even though in some of the funds you will see some over expenses versus the revenue. Those are purposeful one-time spending, like this $20 million liability payment that we're putting forward. The one last thing I want to highlight, I'm sorry I missed it earlier in my thought process there on how you got to the surplus, is also the Amazon facility. That is a major contributor to our sales tax here in the city. Not only did it bring 1,500 jobs to our city, benefited well-paying jobs to our city, it is a major contributor to our sales tax, but there is legislation working its way through that could affect that distribution of sales tax. That's also why we're looking at this as one-time revenue and not ongoing revenue, and making that contribution towards the long-term liability. But with that, I'd like to turn it over to Javier and his team to make some additional comments.
Javier, go ahead.
Thank you, Ashley. Javier Chagoye Lázaro, CFO for the City of Oxnard. As we mentioned in the report that was brought to the Finance and Governance Committee, the information that was in the staff report was subject to change. And just to honor that transparency, we just want to highlight what those changes that we have identified up to now. So we have in the staff report for the public hearing, we recognize 3 changes that have been highlighted. In addition to that one, we have 2 more changes. One that a recommendation for the Finance and Governance Committee on May 28th, and the discussion that we just had a second ago about the CIP that eventually will be reflected in the budget. The 3 changes that we have in the staff report make reference to an adjustment of just below $10,000 for a specific special district. That was a correction that needed to be made. It was an oversight in the report presented to the Finance and Governance Committee. There's a second change that doesn't have a financial impact, but has a modification in the position control resolution, and is a recommendation from city manager to bring the billing and licensing department converted into a division under finance to improve communication and coordination between those two areas. And again, that is a organizational adjustment, doesn't have any financial implication. The third change that is also included in the public hearing report makes reference to the senior nutrition program that until this fiscal year was funded by Ventura County. At one point in March, the county mentioned that they were not going to be funding that program anymore. It was going to be up to the city, to each of the cities that were receiving that service in the county, but we didn't have additional information when we prepared the report for the Finance and Governance Committee. Since then, we have identified and estimated the cost for the city, and we have added that cost in the report. The fourth adjustment that we didn't have time to include in the report for the public hearing, it was the Finance and Governance Committee just approved a recommendation for City Council for the special tax levy and levy assessment for community facility districts and the waterways. In that recommendation that went to Finance and Governance Committee on May 28, there's a reduction on the overall revenue compared to the May 14th report, approximately $366,000, and a small increase on expenditures just below $2,000. So those are the major changes that we have identified so far compared to the report that was presented to the committee on May 14th. After the discussions today about the CIP, when we'll get the final numbers from that estimate assessment, we'll incorporate those numbers also in the final version of the budget.
So Javier, real quick on the meals program, for the county number 3. So the county's not going to fund any of those dollars or part of those dollars? Oh.
They are funding part. It's just they've reduced the funding that the city received, and all of the cities and partner agencies received. So we still will be getting funding. An item will actually come on your June 18th June 18th meeting that finalizes that dollar amount, but it was a large reduction in the funding, which meant in turn we would serve less seniors meals, both congregate and home delivery. So based on the estimates we have, if the $350,000 is approved in the budget, we can still serve the same number of participants that we've had as we continue to work through the next year and figure out, will the county be bringing back any of that money, or is this another way that we'll have to deliver that program to our community?
But the county has not approved the budget yet.
They presented the Human Services Agency budget on the 21st, and they gave us the number that they would be funding us. After that, we just don't have the agreement in place yet for that.
And I'm sorry, what was the last item again on the?
I'm sorry, the last change.
The number 4.
Yes, the Finance and Governance Committee recommended to City Council to update the special levy for the assessment and tax assessments for the community and facility districts and waterways. So there's a modification on the assessments that we're going to be collecting from those, and it's going to be a reduction on the overall revenue for those.
So we have those 4 adjustments then. Okay, thank you. Okay, anything else from the financial department, Mr. City Manager?
Yes, my turn briefly. Diego, can you put up my local government budget slide? Just want to place this year's special budget for Oxnard into a broader context. There's a lot on the screen here, and I will belabor this point, and I'm going to read what's here. This is from just April and May of this year. And so let me read these, and then I want to discuss it a little bit. Pasadena, so these are the headlines. Pasadena to raise some municipal fees as inflation heats up. The city of Orange is facing a $19 million deficit. Now what? These are the headlines. Laguna Beach officials consider raising taxes. Sacramento City Council discusses $66 million deficit for this upcoming budget. Fairfield facing $20 million budget deficit to make cuts. Del Mar considers ballot measure to expand transient occupancy tax, AKA the hotel tax. Newport Beach adopts new fee changes across 4 departments. Carlsbad cuts Chief Innovation Officer, DEI Manager positions to balance their next budget. West Valley City faces multi-million-dollar shortfall. Santa Barbara City Council to consider sales tax increase. Novato makes cuts as budget deficit widens. The city projects $53.9 million in expenses and only $48.8 in revenues. Folsom increased sales tax effort qualifies for a November election this year. Santa Clara County closes deficit but can't escape budget cuts. Dyer, never heard of that city. Oh wait, I think that's a person. Dyer pitches $2 billion budget firefighter cuts to deal with Fresno's looming deficit. Pittsburgh budget shows $3.6 million deficit, 13% loss in sales tax. And then Oakland, I worked there a long time ago. I'm not responsible for this. Oakland City Council discusses budget amidst a $117 million shortfall this year. National City faces $7 million budget deficit as federal stimulus dollars run out, staffing needs increase. And finally, Lancaster City expects to raise taxes, cut expenses to offset budget deficit in 2025. So, Diego, you can take that down. It's too small to read. So I raised this obviously to place our budget this year in context, and this isn't to showboat and make it seem like we're so great. We're not. We've certainly, as a city, been there before, where these cities are now. It's just a tough year for many, many cities across the state, and we all are aware, because it's been in the news a lot, that the state itself is facing a massive deficit budget shortfall. But I raised this to remind people that all local governments struggle through these periods. All local governments face very restrictive revenues with a ton of deferred maintenance on their books, with a lot of demands for new things, and in addition, just ongoing daily costs to operate. It's very difficult. We are, again, in a very unique position, which is why we're making the recommendations that we're making to you. But I just want to remind everyone, it's difficult for all local governments. And if you were actually listening, half of those cities that I read off their headlines, those are actually quite wealthy communities. And they too struggle, again, with restrictive revenue sources, with tons of deferred maintenance, existing ongoing operational costs, and community demands for new things, which all make sense but are very difficult to manage. So again, just a broader context, knock on wood or whatever saying you want. I think that's a Celtic saying, whatever saying you want, but we're in a good place, and we're not discussing cuts. We have good choices before us, even though they seem difficult. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And any additional comments from staff? Before I go to our city council, I just want to share a couple of items here. And as I mentioned before, we probably have, and I've mentioned it over and over again, that we probably have one of the best city councils that I've worked with, and probably one of the best staff, executive staff, and directors I've worked with. And it was mentioned by the assistant city manager that we went from a 9-point plus structural deficit to now, I believe it's probably one of the best budgets we've had in decades here in the city of Oxnard. A surplus of $35 million. It's just phenomenal as far as I'm concerned. It's just, it's something that I think is really important. And I think the staff's recommendation of paying that down their debt by our debt down by $20 million is something that's really responsible to do so. And I'll share something in a minute of why I believe that is really It's going to help improve the credit rating for the city of Oxnard and long-term financial stability for the city of Oxnard. Adding the additional $9 million to our reserves is money in the bank for, you never know when we're going to need that, but the money's going to be there. And also the $5.5 million for mid-year budgets for any adjustments, which I think is really phenomenal. The reason I believe that this is a good investment that we put lower down our debt is really important because, as I mentioned earlier to city manager and staff, back in 2000, we had this had to do with CalPERS at the time. CalPERS, they was at the time had a surplus of dollars that they came to the city. At that time, instead of paying down the debt or doing some adjustments to lower our debt, we went and spent it in the budget, which of course is a one-year budget and the money was gone. But I believe at the time, if we would have taken this type of measurement, that some of our debt would have been much lower than what we have now. So, and I went back and I asked staff to look at it, and this happened in a special meeting back in June 10 of 2000. And I just wanted to bring that up, that I think it's important. What we're doing now is, I think is extremely important, and it's going to save us some money in the long run with S&P, our ratings. Once we borrow money, if even 1% less of what we have to pay, we're talking a couple of $1 million, lots of money, which I think is really, really great. So I just want to ensure that this is really, really great, and again, as I mentioned, Amazon really helped us tremendously. We had an influx of dollars, from the feds and so forth. And the one most important thing is our directors tightened the belts, and we're very conservative with our budgets. And they asked for several items that they didn't get 100%, and they were satisfied because they can work with those budgets, which I think is really, really, really good to have the type of conservative budgets that I think are important for the future. And one of the things I mentioned, I think Ashley mentioned it for the Finance and Governance Committee, that we're looking at, it's going to help us in the long term, but she kind of corrected me, says, it's going to happen right off, which I think is important, that by saving those dollars, I think is going to help us in the long run. I just wanted to share that before I went to our council members. So any additional comments on that? Okay, so we have then Councilman Valenzuela.
Yes, I just wanted to say thank you very much to our staff for all the work that you put into this budget. I know I came back countless times to Ashley with plenty of questions. I'm sorry, Ms. Golden, plenty of questions I had, and you're able to answer them. And I think my conversations with those in the community and elected officials and other council, I feel very proud of the work that our city has done to get to this position, and very lucky to be here at this time. And ultimately, just I understand we're expecting this to be one-time funds, but as someone who grew up, with everything that happened in the past, watching as I was a young adult, seeing everything happen in the early 2010s, I felt, in a sense, myself traumatized by the fiscal integrity of the city. But seeing where we are now, it's just such a blessing to be here. And so just thank you so much for all your work.
Thank you, Councilman Teran.
Thank you, Mayor. And my thanks also to the staff for all of the work that went into this. Our finance team for sure, and Ms. Golden and Mr. Nguyen. But to all of our department heads, our executive team, who their respective teams under them have put forward a number of requests that the executive staff have looked at and seen what can we do that fits within the realm of attainability and serving what we have here. And I know that the surplus is a one-time surplus. We cannot bank on this being every year we get 35 million, or even every year we get 3 million. And so I just want us to be, mindful of that. And I appreciate all of the headlines that the city manager had shared with folks, because I have seen those in the news in some prominent cities who are having to make some very difficult decisions, similar to the decisions this city had to make 5 years ago. And I will give credit to the then council members on that. Those were difficult decisions. I was not on the council at that time. I certainly followed the process and spoke on the process. And those were difficult decisions, and the decisions you made did set us down the path where we are now. So I do want to extend my thanks to you all and to the staff at that time for that work. A couple questions I have. First, around the changes that we have, the special districts item. Just so it's clear for the public, for our finance team, we'll have the opportunity for specific discussion at the next meeting regarding the special district changes. Is that correct?
Michael?
Mm-hmm. Excuse me, for our Public Works Director.
I believe the answer to the question is the special districts process is a separate process in terms of what council approves for the budgets. So those will come through that process like we did tonight. We had one of the special districts budgets. So yes, the answer to the question is that special districts funding and assessments and budgets are set through that process, and then they're brought back into the operating budget.
Great, thank you. And I just want to share that just so that folks who live in our special districts know that there will be an opportunity at a public meeting to get that information and speak on that if they choose to do so. And then maybe either our finance team or our city manager can speak to this, or Ms. Golden. So the $20 million debt pay down that we're looking at here, that was something that when it was floated as an idea, something I could certainly get behind. I certainly would want our debt to be addressed as efficiently and quickly as we can, and thinking that's very long-term, talking decades here. Mm-hmm. But looking at the $20 million debt pay down that it's proposed, I hope folks can maybe see this how I do, as this is in itself is an investment, because there would certainly be freed up revenue, I don't know if it's revenue, freed up expenditures in our annual debt service payments. Would that be correct to say? And what would we realize if that's the case?
Mark Sewell will address this.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sewell.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Assistant Chief Financial Officer. Yeah, the formula that CalPERS provide to all the cities is they work out how much money the city owes because investment returns haven't been quite what they hoped for, or there's assumption changes. And so most cities of our age and size carry some form of liability, a long-term liability. And the city of Oxnard is more than $300 million. It's a very large amount of money. And what CalPERS does is creates a sort of payment plan for each city that says, well, we have to pay this back. It's not your choice. You can't choose not to. And we will then set you a minimum amount that you have to pay. And they charge interest on that. And that interest is currently charged at 6.8%. And it's similar to, you think about like a credit card debt. So they say to us, here's your minimum monthly payment on your credit card. You have to make that, is the same way we all would with our credit cards. But we all know as well, if we only make our minimum, what happens to our balance? It takes forever to pay off, and we get all these extra compound interest charges. And so basically by choosing to overpay in a one-time discretional payment, we as an organization then can actually choose to save that compound interest on every dollar that we overpay. Right. So an amount between $0 and $20 million that we send to CalPERS will basically have a compound 6.8% benefit for us.
Great, thank you for that. And so we'll realize that year over year with this $20 million, I'll call it an investment, but it is a pay down of our long-term debt. All right. I'm comfortable with what we have here. Just as part of discussion though, and I've spoken with the city manager about this, we have our $5.5 million mid-year set aside, and we have the $20 million debt payment, as I mentioned. We also have a $9.5 million payment towards our reserves, which would bring us to 16.6%, as Ms. Golden had mentioned. And I'm wondering if the $5.5 million, given all the CIP discussion we had and knowing our projects and the work that we want to do in the coming year, if we feel comfortable with that, or if there's some give and take we can do, because where were we supposed to be this year, Ms. Golden, for the reserve, if this surplus was not factored in?
Your policy had you going to 14%. I'd have to look to the finance team to calculate that if we needed to, but
regardless, we're ahead of the game.
Julia.
Okay, so regardless, we would be ahead of the game if this were to be approved as presented here. And I would just like to entertain the discussion on thoughts of if we were to move around a little bit of what was going to be dedicated to reserve and putting that toward our mid-year set aside, that would hopefully free up additional funds for more projects, whether it be streets, alleys, recreation. We can have that discussion, but I'm not making that motion, but I am entertaining a discussion on that. If there's discussion on that, if that's from our city management or my colleagues here.
This is one of the reasons I brought the initial, what happened back in 2000. You know, I think that they would kind of, I would like to see what we have now approved, and then we can look at the mid-year term. That's why the adjustments could potentially be adjusted then, that we can see, because 6 months from now, you know, it's a long ways too. Anyway, just for information, you know.
Well, I would say a couple of things. So first of all, the recommended $5.5 million in advance, that's a nice chunk of money. I was hopeful that you would hold that in advance for 8 months, but you held on to it for 8 minutes tonight. But that's okay, because that is actually, I'm making a joke, but it's actually your prerogative. These are policy choices. The only thing I would caution about advancing or changing this now is it's not, again, not just the finances, but it's the work capacity. So I actually think even after the CIP discussion tonight and the two items, I think that, you know, having near $5 million come mid-year, I think that's plenty of money. Would still be my recommendation.
And again, the budget's a roadmap. You know, there's things that happen in 6 months that potentially we don't know about. But anyway, but I think it's a good, what you're talking about. But I think, to me, I'd like to be more conservative and look at it in 6 months from now. That would be my position. Any additional comments before we go to Mayor Pro Tem?
No, I'm good with this. I just wanted to see where our city management and my colleagues landed with that as well, because even if we were at 16% versus 16.6, we're still well ahead of where we were supposed to be this year. But I'm perfectly comfortable with what we have presented here. My one request, and I know the city manager and I have had this discussion, and this is coming from residents who've shared this same sentiment, is really looking at our project list and looking at the lighting. You know, it was a good example that Councilwoman Basua brought up earlier. These tangible things that are needs that we've always had, but we haven't had the luxury to do. The Public Works Director did share earlier that lighting project and the design and the efforts associated with that are not fairly complex. And I'm hoping that we can look at those low complexity things that are tangible things that we can do that would benefit our community, especially if there's an equity component to that in areas that have been waiting for quite a while for these types of repairs or enhancements, and just really looking at those things. And I'm not committing to anything but ideas like inclusive playground equipment at all of our parks across the board, or looking at some of our restrooms that have been on our CIP list or are in design or wherever we are, and seeing what we can do to continue to move that along, and also looking at our facilities for recreation especially, and what we can do with this now that we have it to dedicate that. Again, I'm good with the $5.5 million. I'm good with the 9.5 in reserve. I'm especially good with the debt pay down. But just would really love to see some tangible things in the coming year that our residents can absolutely celebrate and be thankful that we put that effort towards those things.
If we could look at it a mid-budget.
Excuse me, Mayor Zaragoza, if I could please make a comment. We have a virtual public speaker who has dialed in, caller with number 4978. However, the public testimony portion of this public hearing is closed.
Yeah, we closed it already.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to date myself a little bit here. I've only been working with the city since about 1974. And I'd venture probably a few of you in this room, maybe a lot of you weren't even born then, but that's neither here nor there. When I first started working with this city, we had a city manager by the name of Paul Woolman. And he was city manager for 30 years here in Oxnard. You don't find that anywhere in the state of California or anywhere that I know of anymore that the city manager lasts that long. That was a phenomenal record. Over the years, we've had some very good city managers, some not so good city managers, and some, what were we thinking when we hired this person? But, you know, that's a different story also. And then I can remember when Mr. Nguyen came on board, and we had been in discussions with Amazon about building a facility here, and those discussions were not fruitful. They failed. Amazon walked away. And after we hired Mr. Nguyen, one of the suggestions I made to him is, maybe you can write a letter to them and saying, hey, give us another opportunity to see if we can work with you. And I didn't see the letter. I just made the suggestion, let him do what I thought he should have done. And he wrote it. Amazon came back, and we had a very good discussion with them the second time around, and now they're here. And it frustrates me a little bit in that we have this huge facility here, and there are cities all around us who keep saying no big box buildings, nothing like this, nothing like that, so on and so forth. And so Oxnard steps up, works with Amazon, creates a good relationship with them. Now all those cities that were sitting around saying, we don't want any big box buildings, are saying, oh, wait a minute. We want some of that sales tax because they're selling products to our city. And the comment I'd like to make to them is, well, gee, if you're so interested in that, why didn't you have it built in your city? But no, you let Oxnard, take the forefront, which we did. So, but it is what it is. That happens. Car dealerships are the same way. They spread the tax around. But the success of a city comes from on high, comes from one person who builds a management team, who sets the tone for how we work as a business, as a city, what have you. And we have been very, very successful in the last several years. So much so, and I was going to mention some of those cities that were in his slide about some fairly, well-off cities that are struggling. And our city culture, I see, is changing dramatically for the good. And I lay that on the shoulders of one person. And he's sitting right there with the glasses on, the blue tie that's a little loose. But, you've built a good team. You've built a good working place. We're actually using or starting to use financial software that's from this century, which I think is excellent. And I remember doing budget stuff back in 94, 96, somewhere around there, using HTE. And I absolutely was not a fan of that system. But we're making things better. The culture of this organization comes from on high. And I would like to say that I agree with Mr. Nguyen 100% of the time, but I can't say that. But it is a very high number. It's between 90 and 100. We have like ideals. What I do like about him is I can discuss things with him. Maybe I change his mind, maybe I don't, but he's open to discussion. And he does a very, very good job with building his team. And he allows his team to operate the way they need to operate without being necessarily a micromanager. And I appreciate that about you. And sometimes as managers, it's hard for us to let things go and have faith in our employees, but I think we're doing a very, very good job. And the staff that we have, especially in the management leadership team, or supervisor leader, whatever you call them, SLT, MLT, the brain trust, I think you've done a very good job of bringing the right people on board and doing that. And while city managers tend not to stay as long in cities as they used to, I am hoping that you're going to stay for quite a while more. So that's just, you've been phenomenal for us, and I appreciate it. And I don't say that too terribly much. I'm not a touchy-feely, blushy type of guy that...
You've never said this before, so thank you.
But, you have to, and I believe this is my philosophy, when your people do good, you have to tell them they're doing good. And a lot of times, we don't say anything because they're doing what we expect them to do, which is high performance. But, bend one little fender on a car or dent a little door and stuff, and we come uncorked. And I think that's the wrong way to approach this. And I try to encourage other people. I say, when people do something good, let them know. And I remember one morning I'm sitting over by Marina West School eating a hamburger or something, I don't know. And a refuse collection truck comes around the corner, picks up a can, does the collection, and as he's putting the can back down, all the stuff falls out onto the ground. And I'm sitting there watching, I'm thinking, what a mess. And the driver jumps out of the truck, grabs a shovel and a broom, and sweeps all this stuff up, throws it in the can, gets back in the truck, grabs the can and dumps it again. And I'm thinking, this is phenomenal. And nobody saw this except me, because I'm sitting there being lazy, eating a hamburger. And so I take the time to email environmental resources and say, this guy did phenomenal. This needs to be rewarded. And that's the things we need to do as a city, is recognize greatness. And sometimes we're a little weak in that. But I think we're getting better. So, and this budget is the best budget I have ever remember seeing. And granted, it may be one-time money, but I'll take one-time money. I don't have a problem with that. And I think it's a right move to pay down our outstanding debt with PERS, because it is a public debt that affects all of the city, not just, some or others. And so I think it's the right thing to do. It's the right investment. And I think the leadership team has done a good job of bringing us an excellent budget. So I just want, and I probably talked more tonight than I've talked all year, but that's okay. Thank you for letting me ramble a little bit, Mayor, but
okay.
thank you very
It's
much
okay.
to all of you for the work and the budget you brought forward to us.
Council Perrello. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Number one, thank all the members of the city employees group that are here tonight, the ones that have left and the ones that aren't able to come to the meeting or don't need to come to the meeting. It's a team. I want to thank all the members that were in the executive branch, This is the best since I've been here. I echo what has been said here. A couple of points I want to make. $300 million in debt. Maybe somebody can fill the gap in here, but there was a time when we could have paid down debt and we didn't. And then it became very comfortable decades ago not to do that. And you get comfortable. The debt's there, but it's okay. 300 million is a big number. The deal bumping up, as there's been a discussion, maybe not dumping up the 5 million and put it, or the amount of money to bring it up to the 16%. There used to be ads on television talking about, what do you need if something goes wrong? 16.6%, that's simply 2 months worth of money to allow you to go on if something happens. 2 months worth of reserves makes a big deal in the amount of rating that we get. The ratings count with respect to when we go to borrow money. I can remember sitting on this council with 3 others, Mr. Madrigal, and Mr. McDonald. We couldn't borrow money short term. We got real short term, down to the months, because we were in trouble. Things have changed tremendously. I want to go to the 16%. That's been the policy we did. We couldn't do it. I want to go there. I don't want to budge from that. There comes something about needs, wants, and desires. I mean, there's a tremendous amount of needs, wants, and desires. There were a lot of them that even when I got on the council, I didn't know, because the tremendous of them were out underground. Pipelines, sewer lines, gas lines. When things started happening, like trucks started driving on the street and caving into the street because the sewer line collapsed. When a train by 5th Street collapsed sewer lines, it's like, holy mackerel, what else is going to happen? Old cast iron pipes. The city's done a lot. The management team, the people that have been brought in, some have come and gone, but the people that have been brought in with the finances, from what I saw when I did not know when I got on this thing, is amazing. Absolutely amazing. I remember the first time I was put on the finance committee with Mr. Ramirez and Mr. McDonald. It was amazing, the information that came out. How bad it was. How bad it was. I don't want to go there again. I will ask a hard question here. We do talk about Measure O. It's a wonderful thing. I'd like to ask a couple of part question. What is the date Measure O will expire, please? an answer. Ms. Golden?
April 2029.
Okay. With respect to a voter-approved Measure N, what is the risk and how are we looking at that if Measure O has to expire much sooner? We had tried to get something where we could get the pavement index so we would not have a problem, but Mr. Starr and his organization, his political organization, have been able to hogtie us with the bond issue. So now we can't do everything that we wanted to do. How are we looking at potentially, if Measure O goes away a little sooner than expected, impacting this city?
Well,
Yeah, Measure N.
Measure N.
Measure N is no more. That was
That's right. It's
when the court ruled Measure, so remember, Measure M and Measure N were challenged.
Yes.
And
So
we prevailed on Measure N.
So there is no risk at all that the pavement index goes up to where it had to be to keep Measure O?
Correct.
No risk at all?
Unless a
Thank
different
you very
measure,
much.
unless a different measure comes forward, Measure N is,
Then
the Court of Appeal upheld the trial court's ruling on that.
Thank you very much. I had a worry that I didn't need to have, and I apologize to my fellow council members and ladies and gentlemen of the city. That's really good to hear. Other than that, I'm very fortunate to live in the city of Oxnard and serve on this council with the people on the council. We question, we go back and forth, but I'm also extremely fortunate to remember what it was like when I first got on here. The shock of a lifetime to find out the finances. The shock of a lifetime. And I agree with Mr. McDonald. There were some dogs for city council managers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Madrigal.
Thank you. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone who had anything to do with the budget. Great work. It's a testament to all city employees, regardless of standing. Everyone shows the wonderful job that was done as a team, as a unit. So I want to thank everyone in the city for that. Second of all, most importantly, I do remember since I started here, probably the first 4 years, it was tough. The sky was falling every week at every meeting. And I do remember, not only the budget cuts from 5 years ago, but even not even having Measure E, which we haven't talked about today. Without Measure E, then we probably would have been looking at budget cuts in 2021. And I'm not even talking about at the end of the year, talking mid-year budget cuts. Overall, it's like it was previously stated, it's an honor to be up here. But we had to see where we're at the mid-year to see where we're at because, things change quickly. And that's something that everyone, kind of knows. So, we are very much at a high right now, but that could all change. Or, things happen, within a couple of weeks, something, needs and wants change. So we'll see where we're at 6 months from now. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Venezuela.
Yes, I just had one question. Because it currently looks like a $35 million surplus, but I assume this is a conservative estimate. Like in the mid-year, we could say, oh, it looks like we could potentially project like a $37 or $30 or $40 million if the if the sales tax were things look favorable to us. Is that correct?
Definitely, we'll at the mid-year we'll be bringing an updated evaluation of where we are at that time, and hopefully we can. The number that we're providing right now is a conservative amount, and we can present a better surplus by then.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So, council members, this is other comments from the city council or board members. then we're going to confirm that this information is going to be sent back, for the 18th budget. Ashley?
Mayor, what would be helpful tonight is on the two items that you discussed within the CIP, the $600,000 lighting project as well as the police station project, which in talking to the Public Works Director and the police chief, they're estimating around $300,000 to get that preliminary concept plan. So that's a increase of $900,000 total, $600 for the lighting, $300 for that other project. If we can find out if you would actually like us to put that in the budget this evening, and if so, if that should be a general fund or Measure O request, then when we come back on the 18th, we can wrap all those items into one presentation.
So I know there's no motion, so that would be a motion then to then adopt your recommendation. Councilmember, Mayor Varela? 13, that's city manager. Okay, we're good. 3, go ahead.
Assistant City Manager, we're going to do the South Oxnard Library for $600,000.
$600,000.
And we're going to do a study and identify the study as $975,000. Because I do recall a line that it would be, how much would that be? Are we going to identify the $900,000? Is that what you're asking?
So the original project that was discussed with the CIP item earlier had a $975,000 number attached to it, but that was for physical improvements for sewer lines, things like that. The motion that was approved by council for the CIP was in my words, is a long-range facilities master plan for PD.
That's correct.
And so that, in talking with the police chief right after the CIP item, I identified that they have some level of detail that just needs to be basically put on a piece of paper, hiring an architect, hiring a planner. And so we're estimating that would take about $300,000 to go through that planning process, to put together documents that will allow us to identify that long-range master plan for all those moves and pieces that have to happen for those projects that are in the CIP. So rough estimate, just based on 5 minutes of conversation with the chief, about $300,000.
So I can feel comfortable 300, a little bit more, but not 900.
Correct. Again, the 975 was specific to that one project. So again, this is an estimate based on 5 minutes of conversation with the chief. $300,000 is what we'll be suggesting to put in there as a placeholder for that master planning.
Thank you very much.
So okay, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I would move the proposed budget with the addition of the 375,000, whatever the number was.
Second.
And the 6? Okay.
It would be a total of $900,000, and then we need to.
For both items.
For both items, we also need to know if your recommendation is out of Measure O or out of the general fund.
Okay. And do we need a second?
I think we can do it out of general fund and then bring that back to us for the final approval.
Do you need to have Measure O weigh in on this?
No.
Not if you support the Mayor Pro Tem's comment just now.
Okay, do we need a second, Sharon? Well, I'm sorry.
I'll second that. And with discussion on it, in conversation with the chief as well, a little bit during the break, it sounds like there's some previous documentation and studies that could be a starting point, or at least review that if we were to get a consultant on board with this, they wouldn't be starting from scratch, essentially. There would be some previous studies they could reference, which could guide some of this work, but also not be starting from square one with this. There are probably some usable items from that, I imagine, would be able to reduce some of that cost or keep us close to that $300,000 estimate, or whatever the case is.
Michael.
Is that correct?
That's correct. The only thing I would add is obviously those contemplations didn't include the new building that we purchased. So,
of course.
So that's going to add some complexity to it.
Which is my next request, was let's not forget and let's state for the record that the second precinct building should also be part of that study and that assessment.
On Saviors Road.
On Saviors and Channel Islands, yes. So I will second that, though. I think that's everything I had.
Yeah.
Okay, so with that addition for the Saviors Road?
Yeah, the recommended budget with the $900,000 addition, and then it gets us started. And worst case scenario, if we need to come back for a mid-year budget review and see where we're at, we can do that also.
Okay, so we got a first by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Karan. Oh, for
Mayor,
that item.
Just for
To add
clarification.
that, go ahead.
That, with that direction, if you approve doing that, that is what will come back on June 18th.
Yes, sir.
For actual budget approval.
And all the others,
Yes.
information, okay. Please vote. Okay,
Mayor Zaragoza, motion carries 8-0.
thank you. Okay, our next item, this is item M1, and I think Councilman Turan needs to recuse himself.
Yes.
M1,
Thank you. I would just like to state for the record that I will need to recuse myself after meeting with the city attorney about this item because of a potential remote interest as opined by the FPPC and my day job and the work that I do. I will need to recuse myself from this item as it
Okay,
pertains
so-
to schools. Thank you.
so then we'll have you leave the dais and.
So if I stay, you can't
Mhm. Okay, so this is item M1, Public Works Department. Subject, Public Works Agreement 3240052 with Toro Enterprises Incorporated for safe routes to school, safety and enhancement specification, or PW 22-87, Caltrans Project ATPSB 1L 5129102. Recommendation City Council approve and authorize, number one, a total of $4,309,735 in project fund safe routes to school safety enhancements specification PW 2287, Caltrans Project ATPSB 1L-5129102, and two, that the mayor execute an agreement with Toro Enterprises Incorporated for the amount of $3,591,447 with contingency amount of $359,144, 10%, for a total not to exceed contract amount of $3,950,951 for the project. Three, project allocation amount of $359,144, 10% for engineering inspections, survey and project management for the project. For a total of a new project budget appropriation of $1,762,810, consisting of $613,000 from the air pollution buy-down fee fund, fund number 360, sub-fund 7010, available fund balance of $855,000 from the mobile fee fund, fund 350, super fund 8055, available fund balance of $294,810 from the general fund 101, available fund balance for the Safe Routes to School Project C2212, as well as a corresponding capital outlay fund 301 appropriation increase in the same amount. And five, a total amount of budget appropriation transfer of $1,066,925 from the general fund 101, consisting of $292,661 from the Ventura Boulevard Sidewalk Project C1305 and $293,509 in La Colonia Green Alleys Project C1802 and $30,655 in the South Oxnard Coast Roof Replacement Project C2010 and $100,000 in the Stormwater Catch Basin Project C2214 and $350,000 available from the fiscal year 23-24 Public Works operating budget to the Safe Routes to School project and C2212, as well as a corresponding capital fund 301 appropriation transfer for the same amount. This item did not originate in committee, as this is a capital improvement project specifically listed in the stated capital improvement project, budget project, which was previously approved by the City Council. And of course, this was a pre-recorded item under Measure M. And do we have Mr. Wolf? And before we start, do we have any speakers on this item?
Mayor Zaragoza, we have no speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Okay, so Councilman Madrigal?
Sorry. Real quickly, two questions. I know this is wonderful and it's great. First one, especially with the school safety. On Harrington School, the crosswalks are great. Are these the particular ones the school wanted? Because I know right where the kindergarten exit is, there is no crosswalk there.
Let me just double check. I think we did outreach with the schools. So all of these, before we submitted the application for safe routes to schools, all these schools, we met with the principal at the time or the folks there at the school, and we put together the application package. So whatever they request is what we included.
Okay, no, then, well, I guess I think that answered my second question, because I was gonna ask about Fremont, because I know that they're gonna redo the school. So I don't know what the entrance is gonna be in the future.
So if they have changed their layout plan subsequent to us getting the application, then we're gonna have to do some specific coordination with them. So I'm going to state that if there's a major facilities change on campus, we're gonna have to address that through our project as well.
Okay, no, thank you.
Any additional comments? If not, we looking for a motion. Oh, Councilman Perrello, go ahead.
Thank you. I support this. I'd just like to share with the council. I recently, in the Reading to America, I went to the Harrington School, and I'm not faulting my city, but on some of these things, even when class was in session, there are kids. It's a closed campus. I don't know what the kids were doing outside, but they were walking on the streets. And I do know from having passed by Curran School, there are issues that I often wonder, why isn't the school district responsible for crossing guards? Especially during the beginning and opening, because I'm like, no matter how many crossing, paints we do, there's nothing like a crossing guard. And a little bit better than the paint is what I see at the Hueneme School District, where they have flashing lights in the sign with a solar-powered sign, and I don't know if that should be the responsibility of the city or the school or a partnership, but there are kids, but they are benefiting the community. They're somebody's children, but all of this to fall on the city of Oxnard. In the future, I hope that we can get a little more traction with the school districts, and we have a new superintendent at the elementary school, Oxnard, because some of these things, a crossing guard would make a big difference. And unfortunately, I live in a city of Oxnard where pushing the red lights and the stop signs is extremely common, meaning people blow through the stop signs and the stoplights. That's my only comments.
Okay. Thank you. Any additional comments on this item? If not, we need a motion.
Second.
Move by Councilman Basua, second by Councilman Valenzuela. Please vote.
Motion carries 6-0 with one recusal by Councilmember Turan.
Thank you, Michael. And Councilman Turan.
Mr. Mayor, if I may just make
Go ahead.
Quick comment. That's not part of that prior item, but brought up by Councilmember Perrello. Just a quick FYI, the police chief and I are working with the new school superintendent on a joint proposal to fully fund a crossing guard program. So that's in the works. So
Excellent.
we're thinking the same thing. I just want to let you know it's in the works.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that with the council and the general public that's hopefully watching this. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're waiting for Councilman Turan. Oh, there he is. Okay. Our next item is item number 2. This is Public Works Department agreement to supply and delivery of chemicals to water, wastewater, and recycled water facilities. Recommendation: the City Council approve and authorize the mayor to execute the following agreements for supply and delivery of various types of chemicals to the water, wastewater, recycling water facilities, each with the initial agreement term ending in June 30, 2025, after which each agreement may be extended for 4 additional one-year terms with a fully extended final term ending in June 30, 2029. 1, Agreement 325003 with J.C. Jones Chemicals Incorporated in the amount not to exceed $4,525,000. Number 2, Agreement 3250004 with North Star Chemicals in the amount not to exceed $2,925,000. 3, Agreement number 3250005 with Penco, Incorporated for the amount not to exceed $7,100,000. Number 4, Agreement 3250008 with Lee Chemicals in the amount not to exceed $1,900,000. Number 5, Agreement number 3250009 with Aqua Plus Chemicals LLC in the amount not to exceed $900,000. 6, Agreement number 3250010 with Hill Brothers Chemicals Company in the amount not to exceed $150,000. And 7, Agreement number 3250011 with Univar Solutions USA Incorporated in the amount not to exceed $2,300,000. And the PW Works Transportation Committee approved this item 3-0 in May the 14th, 2014. And there was a Measure M pre-recorded presentation. And do we have any speakers on this item before we continue?
Mayor Zaragoza, we have no speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Michael, any additional comments you'd like to share on this item before we ask Perello to question?
No, it's a pretty standard purchase of operational chemicals for our operations, so we're here to answer any questions.
And those chemicals are extremely important. I know I was there with Councilman Perello.
Yes, thank you very much. There was a very nice presentation at the Public Works and Transportation Committee meeting. They answered all the questions. I hope staff, the council, and the public has a chance to watch it. I support this, but a couple of questions. With the, even on KNX News Radio this morning, they're talking about the fire hydrants that are being stolen in LA County.
That's right.
For the iron and the brass. The agricultural community has a problem with stealing chemicals in agricultural farm facilities. How do we maintain the security of these products and the safety, because some of these are caustic type materials? And I know you answered that at the committee, but I appreciate it for everybody here.
Yes, of course. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council, my name is Tim Beeman. I'm the Interim Assistant Director of Public Works overseeing water and wastewater. So depending on the chemical it is, we do have secondary containment. So each one of our water and wastewater facilities is behind fencing and security gates. We do have a CIP where we're looking to improve them on some sites. But if you go over the bridge to our water campus, you'll see some tanks within a secondary set of security gates. And it's, in that particular case, it's stainless steel. And those do have additional key fobs for access into them. So anything that involves where our filling stations are, and anything that can be, a hazard, we do take those extra precautions for security.
Thank you very much. That's all I have.
And Councilman Valenzuela.
Yes, I just wanted to say thank you to Mr. Beeman, John Hauser, Luis Ortega, and Director Wolf for giving me a tour of the wastewater recycling facility, and much needed for these chemicals. Thank you.
Michael, you want to add?
I just wanted to add something, that we also have security 24/7.
Fantastic, thank you. So we need a first on this item.
I'll move it back.
Moved by Councilman Basua. Second.
Second.
Second by Councilor Madrigal. Please vote. Basua first. Madrigal second.
Did you vote?
Councilman Turan? Are you on strike? But how do you vote, Councilman Turan?
My vote is yes.
Okay.
I will do a verbal
Okay.
roll call. Councilmember Basua?
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal?
Aye.
Councilmember Perillo?
Yes.
Councilmember Turan? Yes. Councilmember Valenzuela?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald?
Yes.
Mayor Zaragoza?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, Tim. Okay, our next
We
item.
need to put these buttons in the CIP.
You want to add some more to the CIP? Okay, item number 3, Public Works Department again. Resolution for clean water revolving fund increase. Recommendation the City Council approve and authorize the mayor to execute a resolution adjusting the amount of project expenditures for the reimbursement proceeds from the Clean Water State revolving fund from the wastewater division reliability improvement program from $66,700,000 to $88,601,024. This item did not originate in committee. This is an adjustment to the previously approved City Council resolution on 15123, as listed below. And this is a pre-recorded under Measure M, and we do have Tim for any additional questions. If not, then we need a motion.
Mayor Zaragoza?
Any speakers?
There are no speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Thank you. Moved by Mayor Pro Tem.
I'll second.
Second by Turan. Please vote.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, Tim. Item number 4, Public Works Department, extension of Golf Course Management Agreement A157. And recommendation the City Council approve and authorize the First Amendment to the Golf Course Management Agreement with American Golf Corporation for a time extension only, an additional term of 8 months ending February 28, 2025. This item did not originate in committee since it is a continuation of a previous item approved by the City Council February 6, 2024. And there was a pre-record item per Measure M. And we do have Michael for any additional questions on this item. Council members, any questions? If not, we need a motion.
Mayor Zaragoza?
Oh, I'm sorry. Almost there.
We do not have any speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Okay, so we have Councilman Perillo.
Thank you, Mayor. I support this, but I have a question of staff. Are there any other issues that we need to be aware of with the golf course?
So what we wrote in the staff report, I think it needs to be highlighted a little bit. So in our current agreement, there are triggers and mechanisms that are in there that were written, a couple years ago for the operations that were known at the time. And so we are taking a little bit of different approach with this proposed new agreement. And we sort of enumerated them in the staff report. But basically, we're looking at the way that this agreement's incentivized, and taking a perspective of a great or better golf experience as a way of incentivizing the program rather than just a dollar threshold. The other thing that's highlighted in there is the landfill. And so the golf course, as most folks know, is most of it's over an old closed landfill that has a landfill closure report. And so we're making it very clear in the proposed golf course agreement who's responsible for landfill maintenance, who's responsible for reporting, who's responsible for surveying. We share, the city, and collectively the third party golf course operator and VRSD share some responsibilities for those facilities. So we're making it very clear in the new agreement that there are certain responsibilities that we expect from the golf course operator. So that's another place that we're highlighting in the new agreement, is the landfill stuff.
Thank you very much for sharing that.
Councilman Turan.
Thank you, Mayor. Just real quickly, Mr. Wolf, looking at the staff report and the item in front of us, we have on here that the agreement with the current operator is set to expire in the coming fiscal year. Is that correct?
It's set to expire at the end of this month.
Yes. So July 1, 24. And can you just briefly explain a little about what this item, what the context is behind this item, and the recommendation before us?
So the golf course agreement that's with American Golf Corporation, AGC, set to expire at the end of this month. We have been, Mr. Hallett's actually online and can answer some more detailed questions, but Steve has been working to put together a new agreement, a new draft agreement. Again, the items in the staff report that I'll go into a little more detail that we're trying to incorporate is to identify a better golf experience by incorporating some different mechanisms and thresholds and trigger mechanisms in the agreement than what they are today. So we want to make sure that we include, a compensation for the golf course operator that's based on a base fee, but also some potential for incentives. And those incentives are based on things like customer satisfaction, and you can think of that as like a secret shopper kind of experience. And then we wanted to make sure that we are investing the right amount of improvements in the golf course for better golf experience. So is that more maintenance of the golf course using the golf course funds? And so we are looking at ways to incentivize not just the bottom line from a dollars perspective, but identifying a target that allows the operator to budget a revenue target so that if they are above that, they would get an incentive based on a total revenue. And then the proposed agreement actually provides much more oversight from Steve's office on how they put together the work plan. Every year they'll put together a work plan of how they're supposed to maintain the golf course, and we'll have a lot more input into that work plan with the new agreement. And the last two more, there is in the CIP on the below the line list, there is a event space that was proposed for the golf course, and part of this proposed agreement is to incentivize the golf course operator to put some money aside from the golf course operations to potentially facilitate the construction of that event space in that area. So again, the idea there is those event spaces can make significantly different kinds of funds than the actual golf course, because you would rent them at night, things like that. And the last thing that we just talked about, which is in the proposed agreement, is a much more specified scope of work for the landfill.
Great, thank you. And I know Mr. Howlett's here. Either you or he could probably speak to this, but the staff report does reference the operations being in the black year over year since the operator came on board. Is that correct?
Yeah, maybe Steve can talk a little bit about the last couple of years, because he's probably got a little more detail if he's able to talk about the last couple of fiscal years in terms of where they finished with the revenue versus expenditures.
Steve, go ahead.
Yes, that is correct. We've watched year over year for the past 4 years the increase in revenues and rounds to where the golf operations have actually been showing a $1 million profit. And so what we're looking at is we've been able to build our golf reserves for future capital improvements. But as Director Wolf said, we want to restructure how this agreement works so the golf operator can begin making the improvements instead of putting these in our reserve. So there will be, the new agreement is not about just making as much revenue as possible. It'll be making that same amount of revenue while increasing the course conditions and increasing customer service at the golf operation. So it's really about the golf experience and making the needed improvements to the facilities.
All right, thank you, Mr. Howlett. And along those lines too, and I'm just asking this just for the public record, because we certainly have, I still see this mentioned here and there out in the community, but are there any general fund subsidies going towards operations of the golf course?
No, there's not.
Okay, that's a pretty clear answer. Great, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. The only thing that I have, and maybe Steve can listen to this too, I happened to I got invited over to make a presentation at the banquet room. This young lady was close to 100 years and they had a party for her. But one of the things that I saw there, and maybe there was a little maintenance that was required in the parking lot. You know, there's a couple of weeds and a little bit of trash and some debris along the curbs. Other than that, the whole place looks nice. The banquet room is just fantastic, but just a little cleaning up of the parking area, I think, would really, really lend itself to bring it up even more up to par than what it is now. But other than that, I had an opportunity to go look at the greens, and they just look absolutely great. So thank you for that. So we need a motion on this item?
I'll move the recommended action, and I'd like to say the golf course going by, the parking lot is always full.
That's right, thank you. Okay, first by Perello. Second by Basua. Please vote.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Our next item is item number 5, Public Works ratify emergency order for replacement of the city's data center cooling system. Recommendation the City Council review and ratify. Number 1, the city manager's emergency order to dispense with public bidding requirements pursuant to Public Contract Code Section 22050, and 2, authorize the city manager to enter into any contract required to abate the emergency conditions necessitating the replacement of the city's data center cooling system, and 2, authorize the city manager to enter any contracts over his spending authority of $200,000 and be required to abate the emergency. This item did not originate in committee, and there's a pre-record item on this item, and we have Michael again. And
Yep, Mayor, we have both myself and the Chief Information Officer, Rob Rubin, here for any questions on this item.
any questions? Let me see. Any speakers on this item?
Mayor Zaragoza, there's no speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Councilman Turan.
I guess I'm the only speaker, so just thank you, Mr. Rubin, and thank you, Mr. Wolf. Just so that the public is aware, this is certainly, it sounds a bit nebulous on what the cost or scope of work would be on this. I'm hoping that maybe Mr. Rubin can share a little bit about the functionality of this cooling system we have for the data center and what it means to our network infrastructure.
Very good. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. I'm Rob Rubin, CIO. The data center chilling system is absolutely critical to keeping the computer equipment that runs the city cool enough within its operating range where it needs to be. And losing that system, we're now in a situation where we are running the building AC 24/7, and we have portable units that are connected temporarily to the equipment to keep it within its operating range. Failure to do that would require basically us to shut down the data center or lose some of that equipment, which would be pretty significant to the access that the city has to its systems.
Mr. Councilmember, can I add just a quick comment on that, Mr. Rubin? I know that that data center is extremely important, but what happens to the entire building, and sometimes it's just colder than cold in there. So anyway, we can contain that in some way in the future. So
perhaps we could move the cooling center to the city manager's office. Is that what we're asking?
But Ashley Moy, I've seen many times she's wearing 2 coats, and a hat. But anyway, just for, go ahead.
So those are 2 separate systems. What Mr. Rubin was mentioning is that the temporary situation has it such that we're running the other system to cool what is necessary for the data cooling center system. So when the data cooling center system is up and running, we can cut back on the cooling of the entire office.
But that's a temporary.
Except for the city manager's office. I'm not sure what happens in that office.
I know he walks around with a big old coat. He says, "What's the matter with you? It's so cold."
Right. So it's an older building. It's an older HVAC system for the entire building. But the idea right now, or the functionality right now, is we're using that larger system to cool the very specific area. And once that specific cooling system is done, then we can readdress the entire building as back to normal operations.
At least,
Mr. City Manager.
At least the next time my ceiling leaks, I can have icicles.
Maybe that's part of the CIP, right?
Oh.
Councilman Charan, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Thank you, that's all right. And thanks again for the explanation, Mr. Rubin. And I heard you mention that there is a operating temperature range that we have to maintain this equipment in, correct?
That's correct. Typically, a data center is kept around 70 to 72 degrees. The equipment can tolerate a little bit more than that for short periods of time, but the operating range of the equipment is basically it cannot exceed 90 degrees. And that room, if the main AC should fail, would get to that temperature.
We're in a lot of trouble then.
And that equipment itself generates heat, correct?
Oh, that's correct, yes.
Yes. And so I hope that folks can get that context and understand that, one of the number one enemies of electronics is heat, which is why even your home computer has a fan built into it and a fan and a heat sink built onto the processor itself, because it keeps those things cool and within an operating temperature. And even our cars that we drive every day have to have a range of temperature that are done. And if you get a radiator leak or a coolant leak and your engine overheats, you can ruin the engine. And so it's much similar concept here. And so I just hope folks can see that this is a very important item. And even though it may sound nebulous on the staff report about cost and what we're doing, it's very important that this thing get addressed once we have those fine details in place. So thank you for letting me ask those questions.
Okay. Get a motion on this item?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mayor
Second.
Pro Tem, second by Perillo. Please vote.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. Okay, our last item is Finance Department. This is subject, the City of Oxnard Bank Administration signatories and users of the online web banking accounts, the local agency investment fund, LAIF authorization. Recommendation, the City Council will adopt a resolution designating signatories for the city bank accounts, bank administrators, and users of online web banking accounts, and to adopt a resolution authorizing the investment of monies in the local agency investment fund legislative body. Mr. Javier, any additional comments on this item?
Any speakers?
Any speakers?
Mayor Zaragoza, there's no speakers virtually or in person for this item.
No. No additional comments on this item?
I've got one comment.
Okay.
I'll support this. This makes perfect sense. It's kind of like my checking book at home has two signatures on it, mine and my wife, and otherwise you have to tightly regulate who has access to all our financial information and data. So
okay,
it's a no-brainer for me.
Thank you. Second? I'll second it. No motion regarding this? Was that a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Okay. Okay, second by Perillo. Please vote. That was easy.
Thank you.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, so we are adjourned.